CRA is called into session. Obviously, we're here today, everyone, on a very, very solemn day for the passing of our friend and our colleague, Councilwoman Gwen Henderson, who will be so tremendously missed, such a special person. And we're going to take the first significant part of today to pay tribute to this wonderful woman, a very, very special woman. And so, if I may, we'll start with our friend, Councilwoman Lynn Hurtak, who will introduce Bishop Scott, who will be doing the opening prayer. Ma'am.
Thank you. We are all shocked and saddened by the loss of Council Member Henderson. While we are all processing her passing, we thought that Bishop Scott's experience as a former city council member and personal friend to Councilwoman Henderson made him uniquely qualified to offer the invocation today. If you would please stand and remain standing for the pledge.
Thank you this morning, Councilwoman Hurtak, and to all of the council members. Thank you for the opportunity to come and lead in prayer. And thank you for this time of remembering a great woman in this community. So today we pause and we acknowledge the sudden passing of Councilwoman Gwendolyn Henderson, a dedicated public servant, a cherished leader in our city. Councilwoman Henderson lived a life of purpose, passion, and deep commitment to the people in her district and to the city of Tampa. She was a tireless advocate for education, equity, and economic development. Her voice uplifted our community, our city, the district in which she served, and her spirit brought about a light to every space that was empty or found darkness. And so today, may her legacy as an educator, as a community activist, as an elected official, continue to live on and inspire generations to come. Let us join now in prayer, for the Word of God instructs us it is in times like these that we can come together and bring our cares, our burdens, our sorrows, and our pains to Him. And He said if we cast all our cares on Him, He cares for us and He loves us. And so today, Council, as we pray for her family. We pray for you, for you have lost a colleague. And you too are mourning. You too are grieving. This city is grieving because of a great individual. Now, Lord, we pause to say thank you. Thank you for this day, first of all. Your grace, your love, and your mercy. And then we thank you for the life of Councilwoman Gwendolyn Henderson. Short, Lord, but yet impactful. Touched so many lives. Touched the lives of children. Touched the lives of those in the public school system. And we reflect upon her life and her memory today. And we know that she's at rest. She's with you. And we thank you. We pray for her family today. We pray for her daughter today. I pray that you'll bring about peace and calmness in the midst of the pain that they're enduring even now. But I'm so glad that the word says, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I'll fear no evil, because thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff shall comfort me. And so we thank you for your comfort today. And we thank you for the city council today. Embrace them, lift them, console them, inspire them to move forward in your grace and in your love as they too walk through this time of grief. Bless our city. Bless our nation, bless those who serve and protect us. And we shall always give your name glory and praise and honor. For it's in your great name that we do pray. Amen. Amen.
Pledge of allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Miranda. Here. Maniscalco. Here. Hurtak. Here. Clendenin.
Here.
Vieira.
Here.
Carlson.
Here.
Henderson.
Present. Thank you, Council, for that. Next, we have a video that's going to remember the beautiful life of the late Councilwoman Henderson, which we'll begin to show.
I have been making a difference for such a long time as an educator here in Hillsborough County Public Schools. I'm very proud of that. Everything that I focus on, I will always think about the future generations of Tampa. That's what we need to be concerned about. The cultural presence and significance of Tampa is what's very special about it. We have a diverse body of people that live together, and it's a beautiful space. Tampa is a great place to live and work. This complex, 34,000 square feet, is enormous opportunity for a variety of the connecting communities to engage in this beautiful space. I'm so excited for all of the communities surrounding Fair Oaks to see it. District 5 representing. West Tampa is on the come up, and it is wonderful because of not only the diverse community, but the opportunity for the connectivity and everything else that's already happening and will be happening in West Tampa. I want to see Tampa be successful for everyone. I want more equity among our communities. That is something that's deserving of every space in Tampa. I, as a single parent, bought a home as a teacher, and I think that that is an attainable thing that we should give to every single citizen who desires a place to live in our community. There's a space for everyone.
And thank you, staff, for that deeply moving video on a beautiful woman and a beautiful soul. Next, we have Mayor Jane Castor, who's going to come forward to say some words, a woman that I know Councilwoman Henderson had a lot of admiration, respect, and love for. Mayor Jane Castor. Go, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Council, for arranging this tribute to Gwen Henderson. I know that we are all devastated and that we hold Gwen and her family in our hearts at this time. And it's difficult. It's a difficult time for our entire community. But I do think that to describe Gwen Henderson as a force of nature is a very accurate description. And we would all collectively like to believe that we experience life to its fullest, but I believe Gwen was an example, a living example of that. If you look at her life and the way that she was raised in Carver City, Lincoln Gardens, went to Jefferson High School, dedicated her life to shaping the lives of the future of this generation, literally thousands of young people. And I would talk to the school resource officers when I was the police chief, and I would always say to them that if your students come back to you after they graduate to share their experiences, their accomplishments, that says that you made a positive impact in their life. And I can't tell you, well, I can tell you that every time I was with Gwen Henderson, it was never an event that someone didn't come up to her and talk about their experience with her as a teacher and the things that they had accomplished in their lives. And then to go forth and become a successful member of City Council and serve her district by making the right decisions for the right reasons. You know, it always made me smile when I saw things or read or heard people say that Gwen was influenced by certain individuals. And anybody who truly knew Gwen knew that nobody influenced her. She made her own decisions. And that's one of the many things that I loved about her. She was an individual that, and then to go on and realize her life dream. She had a dream of opening a bookstore, and to be able to accomplish that can in no way be diminished. That is the true legacy of her life, to go from a position where individuals in her family weren't even able to read, to opening a bookstore that is influencing so many individuals, not only in our community in the Tampa Bay region, but all over the nation. And so she definitely experienced a life well lived. An individual that was intelligent, fierce, loyal, somebody that conversation you had in public was the same conversation that you had in private. If you asked her opinion, hold on, because you were getting her opinion. And maybe behind the scenes, there were a few more colorful words, but she was the same person in public as she was behind the scenes and in person. And I know that Gwen, I'm quite certain, had hundreds of individuals that she called friend. And for me, I'm just honored to be one of those individuals. So thank you for this tribute to an individual that left an indelible mark on our community, and that we, each of us, should strive to carry on that legacy. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mayor, for your remarks. We appreciate you. Now we'll hear from council members and thereafter from our friend, County Commissioner Gwen Myers. And we'll start, if I may, with our chair, Councilman Clendenin, and then we'll start at Mr. Miranda, and then go down the line to the extent that folks wish to speak. Chairman, go for it.
Good morning. This was the phone call that I received from the mayor that morning was a phone call you don't ever expect to receive, and it was a gut punch. And I tell people it's like everything just left me at that moment. It was you just don't expect something like that from a vibrant 60-year-old woman to leave us that early. It was we didn't just lose a colleague and a coworker, we lost a friend. And I had a great opportunity because her and I ran for this position together. We were freshmen on city council. And so we were on the campaign trail, and we were with each other just about every day for months and months and months. And you get to you see every side of someone, and it's really it's tough to know that she's not going to be sitting here next to us. She contributed so much to this council, to the discussion, whether we agreed or we agreed to disagree. It was still an amazing contribution for the city of Tampa that she brought. And I echo what Mayor Castor said about being out in the city with her every single time. Every single time I was around town with her, an adult would come up and thank her for what she did for them as a school teacher, as an educator, and that they were where they were partially because of her and what she brought. And I'll close by saying, Gwen Henderson is probably in heaven right now, and look out, because she is going to rearrange the chairs, and she's going to make sure everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing. She don't play, and she's not going to tolerate the nonsense. So I hope she's in a better place, and we're going to miss her dearly. Thank you.
Councilman Miranda.
My office is right next to Gwen's, and we both went to the same high school. So we would try to do each other on dragon stuff. And she put up a dragon in her wall outside, so I had to find me one somewhere to match hers. And when I would find something that had something to do with Jefferson High School, I would give her one, and I'd buy one for myself. It was little trinkets or stuff like that. But I never met anyone who came off and told you exactly how she felt without insulting you, but at the same time telling you, don't cross the line. And she reminded me of my old school teachers when would scold me in high school, and here she was here, not scolding me, but telling me, Charlie, the line is here, so don't cross it. And she was friendly, but she was also tenacious. If she felt she was right, no matter what you said, try to convince her. She would tell you why she was right. And at the end of the conversation, you yourself have doubt that you were wrong and she was right. But she was a person that worked diligently to help her community. The people who elected her should really, really be proud of her. She did it with class, with some humor, but also with respect to the general public in general, all of them. No matter what district they came from, she treated them all alike. She worked diligently with the city, with the staff, I would imagine with the administration, and she had something about her that most of us don't have. And she would tell you directly, not indirectly, where she stood. Not only here on the dais, but if you had a conversation about any other thing aside from government, because we didn't talk about that, but she was the kind of person that let you know that she was willing to debate you if she thought she was right. And you can't ask for anything more than that from any elected official. She spoke what she thought about, even here on the dais. She spoke on how she felt, and she cared about the public, but she cared more about telling you how she felt than how you felt about her. So that's a rare thing, because you're afraid, oh, they're going to turn against me. She wasn't afraid to tell you that. She was afraid to tell you eye to eye exactly how it was and why she was voting that way. I could see it when she spoke from the dais. So she was a fresh air. She counted everything that she ever did. She studied it. She didn't wing anything. And everyone, including myself, learned from her things that we never thought about. So I'm saying that I miss her a lot, not only because she was our neighbor, but I miss her a lot because of sincerity and the way she handled herself during her public service. God bless her.
Thank you, sir. Councilman.
Thank you very much. I think the word to describe Councilmember Henderson is fearless. And Monday night I was at a board meeting and a gentleman asked me, how do you like working with Councilmember Henderson? And I said, I go, she's tough. I wouldn't want to debate her. I said, you know, she's always very supportive of me, and she's always been a good friend. And we left it at that. But it was, it's amazing. It's like, you know, people ask, like, everywhere you go with Councilmember Henderson or a city council event, a CRA event, there's somebody whose life she impacted. We have a family friend for probably 50 years, and she tells me one day, when you see Gwen, and I never called her Gwen, I called her yes ma'am, no ma'am, or council member. She goes, when you see Gwen, you tell her that she needs to call me, and I go, okay. I saw Councilmember Henderson the next night, and I went up to her and I said, I have a message for you, and Commissioner Myers was right next to her. And I said, I was told to tell you, you tell Gwen that she needs to call me. And she goes, who said that? And I told her the name, and she goes, that was my 4th grade teacher. How do you know her? I go, this woman knows everybody. And I remember the first time, and I know I cry all the time, you know, and I'm sorry, but it's very emotional. But I remember when I first met her, my wife and I went up to her, and my wife is a teacher, and Henderson was a teacher, and they just hit it off from the first conversation, and I feel like I'm in it's not a dream, it's a nightmare. You know, I'm sitting at home the other night, and I'm like, I'm not even awake. You know, just we haven't stopped thinking about Councilmember Henderson, who was here just a week ago. I don't even want to look in that direction because I picture her in this seat. But you know, the impact that she's had in these last 2 years as a council member and as a CRA member. Forget the decades as an educator, the thousands of lives that she has touched. You know, the impact is huge. This is what I would call a worst case scenario. How do you fill these shoes? Someone that, you know, the mayor said it when, you know, about living life. Councilmember Henderson enjoyed life each and every day, and she didn't let anybody stop her. And a piece of advice that she told me a month ago, we were at an event here in downtown, and I said something, and she goes, absolutely not. You never give up. You never give up. You know, you just gotta keep on going, and that's it. All my memories with her are good. She was supportive. She was a friend. We sat next to each other for 2 years. And when you spend so much time on this dais, I spend my wife is the other person that I spend the most time with. It's my wife, and everybody else is city council. I mean, when we have these 12-hour days and these meetings, we really get to know each other. If you say, well, how does, Councilmember Carlson drinks Coca-Cola. How does this one get his coffee? What snacks do they eat? We spend a lot of time together. And I'm honored that I've been able to, that I always have that memory. And of Councilmember Henderson. It was a wonderful person. I don't care about politics. She had a good heart. She was good for this community. She will never be forgotten. Her impact will be felt for a very, very long time. The outpouring of support and grief and condolence, I've never seen anything like it. It's like movie stars don't get this kind of response. It's all over, my wife said that, it's all over the news. It's all over the news. I go to social media, it's Henderson. I turn on the TV, it's Henderson. That goes to show you that the impact, the importance, the significance, and the love that people have for her in this community. How we move forward, I don't know. I don't know. How do you fill this void on this board, of somebody like Councilmember Henderson? And I'm heartbroken. I'm devastated. I can't imagine the family. I think about her sister, her daughter. That was her world. Her students and the people that she educated, but her family was everything. And and I would always tell her, family first. Don't worry about this place. Family first. And I will miss her tremendously. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Maniscalco. We appreciate you. Councilman Hurtak.
Thank you, Chair. Councilwoman Henderson was a force. And we, of course, had a special bond because we were women, former educators on this council. And one of the things that, spoken or not, there's an extra layer when you're a woman on this council because there haven't been that many of us. So when she joined council, she started to call me 15. That was her nickname for me because she told me, she said, you're only the 15th woman in the history of Tampa on city council. And so I then started calling her 16. But every single time we would call each other that, it was a remembrance of how important having women on this body was. And quite frankly, the little extra bit that we had to carry, that we had to show, that we had to work, that because as teachers, as women council members, and her especially as a woman of color council member, we are role models for other women who should find themselves, who should see themselves in positions of power. And so I loved, to me, that's who she was. She always brought the history in. So just that little nickname reminder was, okay, remember who you are and where you are and what you're doing. But she didn't just do that for me. Every time she talked on council and we were debating, say, giving money to a building for historic preservation, she would say, we're not doing this for buildings that were significant to Black folks in the city of Tampa. She would say, we're not doing that. Why aren't we doing that? So she would remind us every single time that most people would have left it unsaid, but she didn't. And she continuously reminded us that our city is a lot more than just the history that we like to remember. It's the history that we need to remember that brings our city forward. And that is the legacy she will leave with me. And that is what we have to do as a body to continue, is to remember that and to bring that forward, because she was so powerful for that. I know she changed my mindset in trying to think about that as we move forward. And I know that as this body moves forward, we will, I will make it a mission to help us remember that, because it is so important, and she didn't shy away from that, and I think that is really important. So I will miss her, and I will miss her tenacity and the way she was really able to bring very important topics to light that we really need to talk about as a city if we're going to move forward and be inclusive of everyone. And I'm so grateful for that. Her legacy will last a very long time.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman.
Thank you. First of all, and she always said council member because she earned the title, and so I think we all called her Councilmember Henderson. But to Councilmember Henderson's family, our condolences, and to her daughter and sister, who we know well. She obviously paid it forward in many ways in the last couple years, and to her daughter in particular, anything you need going forward, let us know. You have a whole community supporting you in whatever you need in the future. I think it was obvious, as others have said, that she was brilliant. She probably had a super, super high IQ. And I loved being on a board with somebody like that because I never knew what to expect. And she did her research, and she knew a lot of things. And as other folks said, she was a great debater. And some people would take that as that we were arguing with each other. But it was fun debating her. And what you all didn't see is that sometimes we would be debating, and then she would whisper a joke, or as soon as we got outside this door, she would tell us a joke. We would debate, and then on some issue or discuss some issue, and then as I'm walking out to get a drink, she would tap me and say, "Carlson, get me something too." And so, we were always helping each other, working with each other. But you see her picture, and as Guido said, her picture's been showing up everywhere on social media. She had this smile and this presence that when she walked in a room, everybody felt positive. Everybody felt energized. She had a natural sense of charisma, and she was really funny. After a tough discussion or a long night, she would tell us jokes behind the scenes. And I think that these are things that you all never see. We can't talk about sunshine issues, but she would tell us about other things. Several folks have asked us about her issues, and there are many of them. And if we happen to forget some of them, remind us, especially in public comment on the issues as they come up. Obviously, Tampa Heights was an issue that was of interest to her. I went to Tampa. I was invited by the Tampa Heights Civic Association recently to speak, and she showed up, sat right front and center. And I told everybody, I said, because of sunshine, she can't respond. She can listen to me, but she can't respond. And I said, she'll want to respond, but she can't. And she said, mm-hmm. So, and I'm sure as soon as I left, she said whatever she was going to say. But as I told them, she would meet with my constituents in South Tampa, and I would meet with her constituents, because guess what? On council, we need 4 votes to get something done. And we need to understand about each other's districts, and she was good about learning about everybody's areas. Obviously, she was an expert on housing. The story of how she got her home and the value it created for her family is unbelievable, and it's a great testimony to why we need smart housing policies to help lift people up in the community. She also taught entrepreneurship and was very involved in helping entrepreneurs, and we need to hold that spirit forward as well. There's an amazing sense of entrepreneurship that's happening probably with many of her former students now, as we see a new entrepreneurial class rising, especially in places like East Tampa, Tampa Heights, and others, and with all kinds of creative businesses that are being set up. She was a great representative and defender of culture. There were different cultures from all the places she lived, and all the different kinds of backgrounds she had, and she showed that, displayed it, talked about it all the time, and we need to make sure we protect that. As the mayor said, she was very protective of Carver City and Lincoln Gardens, and believe me, we will be thinking about her when any issues come up related to those 2 places. And then, as Councilman Miranda mentioned, Jefferson, we know she loved it. Every meeting, including the last meeting, she talked about it. One thing that happens when council members leave, they have motions that are going forward, and so we will see her presence literally in the agendas coming up. And of course, we will feel her presence. We will think about her. And those of you who have supported her and worked with her in the community, please remind us of what she would have said during those motions, because we want to make sure that we represent her correctly. And I always look forward to the city council meetings when she was here because she kept me on my toes. I never knew what she was going to say, and she was brilliant, and so you just couldn't push her around. You had to really have an intellectual argument, and she would do the same thing. And there's a difference between having an intellectual argument and a real argument. And it was fun. It's like it's sitting next to her or sitting near her was like sitting next to the A plus student, so that you can try to track and be the A plus student as well. And that made it exciting every week. But I think that she definitely will be with us. We'll see her in emotions. We'll feel her presence. And most importantly, as these issues come up, she's going to still keep us on her toes because we know she's still listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Carlson. For my sentiments on the late Councilwoman Henderson, people talk about sitting next to her. I sat next to her, and she was hilarious to sit next to. She really was. Her remarks, her responses, the things that she would say to you were really funny. She had a very sharp sense of humor, and she was just a naturally funny person. She is in our, especially in politics, where people, do what they're going to do. She did what she was going to do, and it always came from the heart. She always talked about how she felt, and she didn't really care what other people thought because she thought it was right. And I think that's always so refreshing. I always love to hear her talk about her family. So thoughtful and so in depth and so relevant to today, talking about her mother, who she just worshiped. She worshiped her mom. She worshiped her mom. Her late father, she would always talk about stories of him serving in the Korean War and being so disrespected in the United States military, even though he went to battle for our country during Jim Crow, and him coming home, getting a house in Carver City, and raising a family. A Tampa story, like a real Tampa story, and something that's so beautiful. She had a real love for her community, for Carver City, for Tampa. To me, Gwen Henderson was a real fighter and a champion of working class African American Tampaños. She was. That's just a fact. She was. She always was. I always tell folks that if you really wanted to see the beautiful heart, and it was a beautiful heart, of Gwen Henderson, go to Black English Bookstore. I mean, I knew Gwen, Councilwoman Henderson. I knew her from before, and I thought she was a wonderful woman. When I stepped into that store, and other council members were here during the opening, it's beautiful. It's such a beautiful, beautiful thing. It's such a beautiful thing. It was a love letter to Black history, to her family, to her community, to ignored history. It was a love letter from just a woman with a beautiful heart. I was always touched, and Councilman Hurtak and others talked about this, that when students would come and they'd say, man, Miss Henderson, I love you. You were my teacher in whatever year it was. And she really made an impact, the kind of impact that very few of us make. And she always told it like it is. There's that saying, when Michelle Obama, when they go low, you go high. When folks went low against Councilwoman Henderson, people were mean. Some people were. But she went higher in her own way, but she also punched back. She would always tell me, she'd go, Vera, you're too nice, because she handled things her way. But it worked for her, because I tell you what, if you pushed against Councilwoman Henderson, she would push back. She would push back. And with the strength of her office, her character, her family, her blood, and where she comes from, and her passion. Ultimately, when she passed on, she was living out her dream. You talk to people who went to Jefferson with her, and she would talk about, I want to run for office. And she did it, and she won, and she was out living her dream. She really was. Her dream of being a mom, and a great mom who loved her daughter so much, and of a real public servant. So for me, that's what Gwen Henderson's all about. She was such a special person. She was unique, and she told it like it was. And if you didn't like it, that's cool. There's always the next election to talk, to deal with that with her. That's how she always dealt with it. So thank you very much, Council and everyone, for the remarks from the heart. And next we will recognize our friend and a great champion here in Tampa and Hillsborough County, County Commissioner Gwen Myers.
Good morning. As my mind reflects back at least about 3.5 weeks ago, Councilwoman Henderson and I were over at Perry Harvey Park at the Be Out Day. had our FAMU jerseys on, just walking the park, talking with everyone, taking pictures. She says, come on, Commissioner, you know we always have to do a selfie. But we have to welcome everybody here because we're here. So we went on the stage and we did that. And then my mind reflect back on June 3rd when she hosted the HBCU Day. You're talking about a joy, and Councilman Vieira was there. It was coming outside to greet everyone. This is what it's all about, all of the freshmen going to an HBCU. And she hosted something that, for the very first time here in the city of Tampa. And she was proud to see all of the freshmen, but mostly proud to see all the graduates come back with our paraphernalia. She said, oh, there's the Howard, there's Tuskegee, there's Albany State. She just was going on and on bragging, but it's nothing like FAMU. It's nothing like FAMU. And she told Darlene, okay, Darlene, just keep it cool, BCU, keep it cool. You know, the Rattlers, we're in the house, and it's all about us. It's more of Rattlers than, and you know. And then receiving a call on Tuesday morning. Monday morning, June 8th, Councilwoman Henderson, school board members Lynn Gray and Patty Randon, we all together to give remarks to the city of Tampa summer hires. Gwen came up. I said, hey, good morning, how's it going? I'm late because they made me get a badge. And I said, oh, I was privileged. I just gave them Commissioner Myers, and the guy opened the door and told me to take the elevator to the 6th floor. And she said, oh, stop it now. And I said, well, you know, you own the building, you council, they just should have allowed you to just come on up. And with that, we all joked. And Regina McCaskill said, we need you all to take a picture. The whole group with the students. Councilwoman sat next to me, Darlene sat on the next to her, and then the 2 school board members. And I said, I have to run, I gotta rush off, I gotta get back over to County Center. She said, where are you going? You're always rushing. I said, well, I gotta go to Paris. I have a tour down to Paris, Florida, to meet with a developer about affordable housing that wants to come to Tampa. And she said, I'm going on a tour too. I said, well, where are you going today? Oh, I'm going over to East Tampa. Code enforcement is going to take me over to East Tampa, and I'm going to tour East Tampa. And we laughed. And it just goes to show you the mighty God we serve. We don't know how close we are to the end of the line to be with someone Monday morning. And Tuesday morning, you get the call. You're no longer here. But the life and the legacy that she has left us will ever live forever and a day in our hearts, because the service she gave, it was priceless to this community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. We appreciate you showing your heart here. Next, we have members of the late Councilwoman Henderson's family and very dear friends who are here. Among others, there are many here. I have 3 here who will be speaking, and I'll get into that. But I wanted to go through this list and recognizing some very special people who we join in mourning here today. We have here Sandra Cook, a former teacher, friend, and as well as a Delta sorority sister for the late Councilwoman Gwen Henderson. And come forward, ma'am. You'll be speaking first. Who will be speaking, and I'm glad to see here someone who can also speak to her great love of the Deltas. That's something that's so important. We have here Rick Kinsey, a high school friend and college friend of the late Councilwoman Gwen Henderson, who will also be speaking. We have here Velda Henderson, her sister, who's here, and thank you, ma'am, for coming here. We have here Tanya Holden, longtime friend, Leslie Allen, a nephew, Gloria Glover, a sorority sister who's here. We also have here Alveda Frank Harris, a cousin. We have here Diana Smith, a niece. Alena Smith, a great niece of the late Councilwoman Gwen Henderson. Of the people who have told us from this group that they wish to speak, I have here Ms. Cook, who's here, Mr. Kinsey, and then closing it out, our dear friend who we love so much, and we always just love so much for her kindness, Darlene Johnson. And then we'll get into the next portion of it. But ladies, if you'd like to speak, you may.
Good morning. I love Gwen Henderson. I am a retired teacher, 44 years in Hillsborough County. I met Gwen when she was 15 at Jefferson High School. The person that you all have spoken about today, she was that same person at 15. And she only grew stronger and wiser and more determined to represent her people. She was passionate about her people. She used to say all the time, I'm just a little black girl from Carver City. But she was more than that. I watched her at Jefferson because I taught at Jefferson. She graduated in '82 and I was there. But I left Jefferson and I taught all around Hillsborough County. She started at Progress Village Middle School. And she ended up at Jefferson. She was so excited because that was her alma mater. She will always be a dragon. Every time I found a dragon, I would get her a dragon and she would display it. But she really, really was passionate about teaching. And as my career went on, I'm a little long in the tooth. And she always wanted me to come to Jefferson to work with her. And I know her and we both have strong personalities. And I'm like, no, I don't think I need to come to Jefferson. She became the department head and she wanted me to come. So my last 5 years I spent at Jefferson. And she took great care of me. I got married and my name is Cook, but she always called me Miss Levins. She has everybody calling me Miss Levins, and Ariel, her daughter, told me, she said, I'm not gonna call you Miss Levins anymore because my mom made me call you Miss Levins. I'm gonna call you, what are you gonna call me, Sandra? No, but anyway, our daughters were born a month apart, so our children grew up together. And in high school, like I said, she was strong-willed and I was her teacher, and she likes to tell the story of me giving her a C. Because 87 was her grade, 88 was a B. And she said, you gave me a C. And I'm like, no, you earned a C. And she would tell everybody that story. And then later on, we became sorority sisters. I wrote her a letter because the member has to write a letter saying that this person is of good character, and I was honored to do that. And as we became older, we laugh and joke, and I would say in high school, it wasn't that you didn't like me, you just wanted to be me. And we were just like, because she just followed, she started out in business, she never wanted to be a teacher, and it was just her passion, and she ended up being one of the greatest teachers that I have ever had the privilege of knowing. I love her family, I am family, because she made me feel that way. And we're gonna miss her, and thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you all for the kind words that you said about her, because she was that and so much more. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and God bless you, and thank you for sharing your heart. Next, we have Mr. Rick Kinsey. Come forward.
Good morning, Council. Gwen and I knew her when she was at Jefferson High School. I'm a graduate of Tampa Bay Tech. We both then reunited at Florida A&M University. So she's the Dragon Rattler, and I'm the Tampa Bay Tech Rattler. And one thing about the councilwoman, as you all know, and I'm sure that the sentiments will be the same throughout, is that she had the biggest heart in the world. And I don't have to tell you that because everybody will echo that. But one thing the councilwoman would do, and when she became councilwoman, I remember her calling me. I was kind of her confidant because I retired out the military. I came back to Tampa, and I would provide scholarships, and I still do for kids at Tampa Bay Tech. She was a part of the Tampa chapter, FAMU alumni, in which she was over scholarships. So her heart and soul was about kids, as you all know. Okay, and everybody would tell that story because it's a common thread. As they say, she lived her dash. She truly did. And God gave her that opportunity, and you will see that throughout
I'm sure when we hear this. But just like everyone else, I was stunned when I got the call Tuesday morning, because we just saw her at HBCU Day. And as Darlene would probably tell you, I was her chief of staff. Y'all didn't know that, but she fired me more than anybody. I was always fired. So when we had our national convention there on Omega Psi Phi, as you all know, she played a very big role in that, where we gave out over 13,000 books. She called me that morning and said, "You're fired, your sister's in charge." I say, "Thank you again, let me know you need my services the next day." So we went on, and as you know, we had a successful event, but it was because of her and what she did at that bookstore. And as you all know, what I love about Gwen, she didn't forget who she was. When she told me she was gonna run for council, I said, okay, just remember this, keep the people at your heart. Okay, and we would always end our conversations with this: no matter what you do in life, just remember this, right? People will always try to find the wrong in your right and the bad in your good. Continue to do good anyway. She thought she had an uphill battle, and she won. I say, see, it's all in God's hands. So what I loved about Gwen is, again, Darlene can attest to this. As you all know, Gwen talks a lot. I thought I talked a lot, but she got me beat. 7 o'clock in the morning, Rick, I only got 2 minutes. It was 45 minutes later. I said, Gwen, I got to go to the VA hospital, so I got to get off the phone. But her passion was truly about the kids. So HBCU Day was not the first event we had. She had an event about 4 years ago at Jefferson High School where we were providing scholarships. Gwen called me that morning, hey, I need you to come over. We're going to have to give out scholarships. I said, no worries. How many you want me to give out? So we ended up giving about 15 students $1,000 scholarships. So that's the kind of person she was. She had a way of asking, but she was telling you what to do. And it was like, okay, councilwoman, okay. At that time, she wasn't the councilwoman, but she was Gwen. So to me, she was the councilwoman before she knew she was a councilwoman, right? And then we went on, and the event was very successful. And then about 3 years after that event, she called me one morning and said, hey, we need to have it at Tampa Bay Tech. I said, I'm not the principal at Tampa Bay Tech. So we moved the event to Tampa Bay Tech, got off the phone with Gwen, called the principal up. I said, hey, I got a big favor to ask. I said, can we have this big event over at Tampa Bay Tech? So the principal agreed, and we did. It was a very successful event. But Gwen loved the city of Tampa. She loved these kids. And as I said, a true Jefferson Dragon. And you think she was only a Jefferson Dragon. She loved FAMU. And as I would like to tell people, I said, I don't know who loved FAMU more, you or me, because we both always push FAMU and these kids because of her love for the kids. But what I love about Gwen, she went out on the limb, and everybody she met, she was their friend. Nobody was a stranger, okay? So I would like to tell everybody, this is not a sad day. What we have to do is continue to live out her dreams, because she got a chance to see that. It's only God that would allow you to have an HBCU day. And as I think about this, because I was in shock as well, she got a chance to see that through. Imagine that. And if you didn't come to that event, you should have. And as Commissioner said, she stole my thunder. We had a photo together because we all rappers, okay? But that's just who she was. So I'm glad she got a chance to become the councilwoman that she wanted to become. I'm glad she got a chance to see this HBCU Day happen. And then ultimately, it was a sad day. And I still, even on Monday, I got a text from Gwen. And Darlene, we had this conversation when she talked to me on Tuesday. We were talking about, hey, we were supposed to talk more about the HBCU Day for next year, what role we were going to play in it. She said, Ricky, and by the way, she was the only one that could still call me Ricky, right? She was just talking about that. But that's the kind of person that she is and she was. So what I would like to ask is that everybody continue to push forward what her dreams were. And as you stated, there's things that you still have to do. But that's just the person she was. And again, I leave you what I told her. No matter what happens in this life, because you all have a hard job. I know I retired out of the military as a lieutenant colonel. And some of the decisions that I made were not popular. But there will always be people who will try to find the wrong in your right, in the bad, and your good. So let's just do good anyway. So, Council, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your words and sharing your heart. And then last, before we get into the final section, we have Ms. Darlene Johnson to come forward, who was the late Councilwoman Henderson's legislative assistant and a wonderful, wonderful person.
Good morning. Darlene Johnson, Legislative Aide for Councilwoman Gwendolyn Henderson. I was not going to speak, but she said to me, you have to. So this morning, forgive me, because my message is going to be to her. Councilwoman Henderson, these are the words that they're saying about you. You were a great debater. You're fearless. You are, and you were, a force to be reckoned with. Girl power, I got you. Councilwoman number 16, I got you. The most brilliant person that I've had the opportunity to work with. The love letter of Black history that you have opened with your bookstore is commendable. Councilwoman, boss, I thank you for Monday, the last day that we shared together, and you did what you do best. You started your day out with acknowledging and recognizing the kids, the laughter, the words of encouragement that you gave them will live on in their lives forever. The beauty when you walked in and the smile on your face because you received your badge that I've been telling you to get for over a year. I'm proud of you. I'm proud that you took the time. I forgave you for being late because you walked upstairs with your badge. So, Councilwoman, I thank you for that. Boss lady, thank you for agreeing to go on a ride-along for District 5. The ride-along was amazing. My joy to watch you roll your window down and say to people, I'm your council person. Tell me what you want me to know and what you don't think I want to know. But just tell me because I'm here. Councilwoman, I thank you for that. Councilwoman, I thank you for just taking the time to get out the car and say, pull that book out, Darlene, and call that constituent. Tell her we're here. We're in front of her door, and I'm coming with you. Councilwoman, I thank you for knocking on the door and telling her issue of 5 years, we're going to get it taken care of. And the joy on her face was just unbelievable. So, Councilwoman, I thank you for doing what you did on your last day. To everyone that's here, I say thank you. Her legacy will live on. I know the desire of her heart. I know the things that was passionate for her, and I will do whatever it takes to make sure, regardless of where I am, that those legacies live on. And I ask you all in this room to do the same. Again, thank you for the kind words for my boss. I call the boss lady. Thank you for your kind words that you've given and you said about my boss. There's been so many questions that just people wanted to know what's next. Tell me her services. So for this morning, I will be able to announce and share with everyone the services for the Councilwoman Gwendolyn Henderson will be held on this Tuesday, June the 17th, 11 a.m. at Allen Temple Church, which is located at 2101 Low Street in Tampa, Florida. So again, I say to everyone, the legacy lives on, and my boss, the Councilwoman Gwendolyn Henderson, and thank you for the time today. It's very much appreciated, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. We really appreciate you and your heart and just the beautiful person that you are and the words that you said about a beautiful person, the late Councilwoman Gwen Henderson. Next, we're going to have remarks from the public. This is not public comment. This is not public comment. If you are here to speak today about the late Councilwoman Gwen Henderson, please, and not for public comment, which will be later, so that we can know how many folks are here to speak, please raise your hand. Okay, okay. So please come forward. We'll limit remarks to, let's say, 3 minutes a person. You don't have to take the full 3 minutes. I just do that just to accommodate because it's an emotional time and so forth. But this is narrowly tailored to remarks on Councilwoman Gwen Henderson. And I would ask folks to stay in there. And any comments, well, we'll go forward. So please come forward if. And again, a raise of hands if you're here for Councilwoman to speak only on Councilwoman Gwen Henderson. Raise your hands again. Okay. Joe, go ahead, sir.
Joe Robinson. Listen, you know, a lot of people don't know. I never really knew Miss Henderson until she got on the campaign. I heard her on the radio. Boy, she was sounding real good on Michelle B. Patty's show. All of a sudden, she started calling me, asking me about campaigning. When she won, she called me. We'd be on the phone for hours. She just wanted to know this and that and this and that. We'd be on the phone so long, her daughter would text me and say, Mr. Ross, will you get off the phone so I can talk to my mama? I said, well, Ms. Henderson want to know what's going on. And she asked a lot of questions. So I don't tell everybody how she used to call me and ask me a whole bunch of stuff about everything going on here, good, bad, and ugly in this city. And I would tell her the truth. See, that's where I am. I ain't got nothing to hide. But I just come here today because to me it's a happy day that she was able to do what she did for District 5 in this city with all the confusion and dysfunctionality going up there on that board. And she was able to try to keep it together, even under the tense conditions of being called all kind of names. If you recall, I don't forget anything. That's why I'm here. I keep the record straight. So I just want to say thank y'all, City Council. Thank y'all for the City of Tampa. Thank you, the community, for recognizing this lady, because life is short. She didn't serve long, but she didn't have to, because when she served, it was quality. It was quality time, as they call it. It was time that she would be the voice of reason. The voice of reason. Now, I hope going forward, we can try to keep that reason, but we got a big loss, because now the voice of reason is gone. It's 3-3. And we got some serious issues coming up down in this city. So I just hope y'all remember when you're sitting there making and deliberating and this and that. That's why I'm down here, because I've been called back to action. I really had retired from this nonsense. But I'm back in action, federally back in action, looking at this. So I'm here to say thank you, God Almighty, for Miss Gwendolyn Henderson, a real friend, a real lady, a real lady. But she was done wrong, different circumstances. Y'all know what I'm talking about, including when her mama was going, because she talked to me about that. So I'm going to leave it at that. Let's think positive, and let's continue to move the city forward, and let's take care of these CRAs, because we got a big loss with her not being the chair of the CRA.
Thank you, sir. Okay, and you know what I'm going to do, guys? I'm going to go back. Let's do 2 minutes, just because of the good number of folks that are here, and that's a credit to the legacy of Ms. Henderson. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Vincente, Tampa, Florida. I want to say condolences to the family of Councilwoman Henderson, and I hope to be able to say condolences to some of the other city council members that's sitting up there very soon. The fact of the matter is, y'all really think black people stupid. All these accolades and whatever.
Mr., if I may, stop the clock, please. Sir, this is not public comment. This is to speak on the
quite
legacy.
I'm talking about Councilwoman
sir.
Henderson.
That's great. Just wait 1 second. Your clock has stopped. I'm speaking. I ask that you please tailor your comments to Gwen Henderson. You're going to have time for public comment afterwards. Okay, sir?
All in reference to Councilwoman Henderson.
Great. Go ahead. I'll stop you again if I have to. Go for it.
I heard Reverend Scott came up and made his comments. The mayor made her comments. The fact of the matter is, when you send a Navy SEAL to jump in that water, they're vetted, they're conditioned, they're everything. When they sent Gwen Henderson out to swim in that water against Orlando Ghouls, they couldn't envisage this outcome of an African woman dying at 60. They couldn't envisage it. And the fact of the matter is, y'all think black people so stupid, her family need to file a lawsuit against the city of Tampa, the mayor, and other people.
No, that's it. Attorney Shepard on the line. Yeah, I'm going to rule you out of order, sir. Come back for public comment. This is improper. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, go ahead.
Thank you very much, too.
Thank you, sir. And is Attorney Shepard online?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anything to say or good to go?
This is a specific topic, and it was certainly, I think, a little bit far afield of the purpose.
Okay.
And of course, at the right time, if asked, I will give the public comment rules generally. So when we start general public comment, we can make sure we refresh those rules.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Reverend, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Pastor William, church on 1112 East Scott Street. And, me and Miss Henderson, Gwen, I call her, we bump heads. We bump heads a lot. Because I wanted her not to look at me as a man of color, look at me as a citizen of the United States of America. And that's what it's all about. But we bump heads a lot. Thank God I got a chance to meet her. I found out she was a very nice woman. Although we didn't agree on everything, but she was a very nice person. And, what's your name? Darlene. Darlene came to me when I got off the elevator, and she was happy. She said, Pastor William, they approve of your, what you want to have them done to your neighborhood. And I was happy too. But to my house. And so when I say neighborhood, I'm talking about all the people in the neighborhood. Gwen called me on the telephone. Say, Pastor William, you've been approved. I said, thank God for that. Boy, it seemed like that thing ran fast on me, though. I don't understand that. But y'all have to give me more time because I'm handicapped and my words come out a lot slower.
We'll give you, Reverend, 30 seconds extra.
Yeah.
This is only for, you're still going to get more public comment.
Thank you. I know what you just told her. Thank you. But it's all about now about Gwen Henderson. It's not about you all. It's not about Pastor William. And it's not about Miss Henderson, Miss Johnson. It's all about her. We know that we're going to have a home going, and it's going to be a home going. And you want to know something? It's going to be a happy home going. Because she done what she could here in Tampa, and she did the best she could. And I'm grateful to God for her. God has blessed us all in a mighty way. I'm still here, and I'm pushing that.
And Reverend, thank you very much. And you can come back at public comment for more, but we're limiting this to 2 minutes, and we appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. God bless you. Thank you.
Come
Go
on
ahead.
out this time. God bless you.
Good morning, Councilwoman and Councilmen. My name is Ryan Hayes, and I just want to give my condolences to the family, constituents, friends, and family members as well. Councilwoman Henderson really inspired me. I asked for a meeting with her. I had a meeting with her March 31st. I was able to meet her in her office, and we had about a 30-minute conversation, and just the insightful conversation that we shared. It was heartfelt. And I, behalf of Cairo and friends, from here on out, this is not a fundraiser or anything. I would like to personally, every year that the Black English bookstore is still standing, I would like to, before the school year starts, to be able to speak with family members and so forth to give out school supplies to the local children, especially Jefferson as well, just to keep her legacy going and make sure that it's something that can be reciprocated to our community. Again, my condolences, positive energy and vibrations sent to all of y'all, her family members and so forth. And that's it. And again, positive energy. And thank you for this opportunity
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Steve Michelini. You know, one of the things that Gwen used to say to me was, Michelini, we're going to do this. And it wasn't, can we do this? We're going to do this. And anyway, this is for her. Gwen was a child of God who welcomed others in her all-embracing love. She blazed trails, mentored her students, and let nothing dissuade her passion. When she spoke, others listened and acted. When she saw difficulty, she addressed it and righted it. When she saw adversity, she attacked it. She was blessed with an inquisitive mind and was never afraid to ask the question. As a child of God, she was wrapped in his loving arms and was blessed. She gave to others like no others and received their love in return. She shared her blessings with others as if there were no end to it, and her devotion was unconditional. When she tried to understand the passing of a friend, colleague, or loved one, it's difficult to understand, and there is no adequate answer. It rarely comes when it's expected, and always far too soon. We long for that last meeting, that last discussion, that last encounter. Although she is gone, she lives on through our memories. Don't ask to understand, it's not up to us. We are planted on this earth with no script. We write our own. It's filled with promise and heartbreak in equal measures, and masters of our fate. Please let me continue. The struggle of life and the legacy and the mastery of our agenda is left to us and others as we interact with them. Our lives are measured by what we leave behind. Gwen's book is full and yet unfinished here. We will miss her hearty laugh, her infectious smile, and the love of her family and friends, students, and community, not the least of which is Tampa. The good Lord wanted her and took her in to perform good deeds and be in his loving arms.
15 seconds just to finish.
God bless and keep you, Gwen. You will be missed. God bless, respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Ma'am, go ahead.
Good morning, Valerie Bullock. Her nickname for me was Ponce Leon, because every time I get up to talk, I'm like, I'm from Ponce Leon College here. So anywhere she see me, she'll say, there go Ponce Leon. And one thing I can say about Councilwoman, education was in her DNA. It's not that she was an educator, it was just part of who she was. And she really tried to get people to understand. I know one day we was in here and I was going back and forth about the CRA not doing enough for people like me in East Tampa. And so Cedric got up here to talk, so she kept cutting Cedric off. Cedric, could you explain this? Cedric, could you explain that? I'm like, I know she ain't trying to lecture me from up there, but she wanted to make sure that I understood the process. And I have a lot of admiration and respect for her as an educator, because if you might know how to play basketball, but you're not educated on everything. Right. You have to respect people for their expertise, and that is what I did. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you. Sir, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council. Brandon Barclay, President, Tampa Police Benevolent Association. I want to extend my condolences to the family. I'll make it very brief. The first time I met Gwen Henderson, she walked into my office. My vice president's about my height. We're both about 6'2". She walked in the door. She immediately dragged us by the neck down to her height and hugged us and told us, this is why you're going to support me in this race. At that time, it was no small feat. She was running against an active city councilman who was a former Tampa police officer. We did support her in that race. And there were some disgusting things that were said about her, and we stood by her, and I'm proud of it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. Mr. Hearns, go ahead, sir.
Good morning to the CRA board, City of Tampa staff, and everyone here assembled. to just say a few words about the respect and the love, the admiration that we all had for City Councilwoman Gwendolyn Henderson. The day I met her was the day I endorsed her in her campaign. Didn't know anything about her, but there was just something about her. Well, first of all, she was a Delta, so that went a long way. I'm an Omega Psi Phi fraternity man, and these are our sisters. But then the more I got to know her, I said, this woman is dynamic. She is going to make a great impact on this city, and she did. Yesterday, I had an opportunity to express my condolences to the family and to Darlene, who I think I called Darlene just about every week, and I said, I don't want to bother Gwen, but this is what I'd like for you to share with her. Every time we invited her to an activity that Tampa's Black History Museum had, she was there. Back in October, I moved back to Tampa. I'd been living in St. Petersburg for a number of years, but I'm back in the neighborhood I grew up in District 5, in historic Belmont Heights. And we had a reunion 3 years ago. We'd never had a Belmont Heights reunion. Gwen made our shirts. Gwen has always been there. The last time I saw her was at Pierre Harvey Park at a ribbon cutting, and I was running a little late, coming from another meeting, and everything went fine, but as we were leaving the field over at Pierre Harvey Park, she said, now you know, Fred, you were late. You made us wait out here in this 90-degree hot sun for almost 30 minutes. She said it with a smile on her face, but she was right. Business is business. She was all about business
30 more seconds. Finish.
And love. Thank you. I'll end now just to say I agree. I really do hope that you will take into serious consideration those projects, pet projects that she loved and that she worked for. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. Mr. Probasco, go ahead, sir.
Good morning. I think one of the most beautiful things about a sad day like today is you do see the breadth of the lives that Councilwoman Henderson touched. And I think you've heard a lot from a lot of people, but you haven't heard from the Jewish community yet. And Councilwoman Henderson was a dear friend to our Jewish community. So on behalf of the Tampa Jewish Community Centers and Federation, our board of directors, our staff, and the entire Jewish community, we extend our heartfelt condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of Councilwoman Gwendolyn Henderson on her untimely passing. Councilwoman Henderson's kindness, dedication, and service uplifted our city and inspired all who knew her. The late Rabbi Jonathan Sachs once observed, "The people most mourned were people who enhanced the lives of others. They were kind. You could rely on them. They had a sense of responsibility. They were part of a community, living its values, sharing its griefs and celebrations." Councilwoman Henderson truly embodied this spirit. She led by lifting others and strengthening our community through her compassion and commitment. May we honor her legacy by building a more caring Tampa together. Zikronon livracha, may her memory always be a blessing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. Ms. Tate?
Good morning. Fran Tate, President of the Jackson Heights Neighborhood Association and a member of the East Tampa CRA CAC Board. On behalf of Jackson Heights Neighborhood Association and the East Tampa CAC Board, I'd like to express condolences to all of you, her colleagues, to her family, the mayor, as well as the community of District 5. Councilwoman Henderson and I are sisters in Christ, and I respect her for that. I wish we could have been a whole lot closer, but it was coming. It was coming. I did not serve on her campaign. I served on another campaign, her opponent. The day she received her inauguration, I couldn't make it to that, but I rushed down here to congratulate her when she became the chair of the CRA. Like I said, we weren't on the same team, but I respected her because she was my councilwoman. I am so sorry for what has happened to her. I really wanted to get know her a whole lot better, and we probably would have, but it just took time. God bless you all.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you showing your heart. Mr. Stocco. And after, okay, and then Ms. Lockett, and okay, and Ms. Burton, anyone else? And I said, okay, great. If y'all could just stand up if you're able to do so and line up just so that we know. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Council. Nick Stocco, President of Tampa Firefighters Local 754. Truly, I think President Tate might have been looking at my notes because she spoke a lot of the things that we had in common. However, on behalf of the firefighters of the city of Tampa, we do want to extend our condolences to not only her colleagues and her coworkers and to Darlene, but also her family, and know that if anything is needed, we would be there in support. We shared it with the chairman on the Tuesday morning, but we truly mean that. And if there's anything that we can do, please reach out to us. So thank you. As for Councilwoman Henderson, we had a unique relationship. It did start out early, and we may have not always seen eye to eye, or we may not have agreed on the same topics, but where I truly felt in Councilwoman Henderson was her strength, her passion, and her fearlessness as a councilwoman and in her district. And her passionate kind of resembled the passion that we carry, which is why I never took it personal with Councilwoman Henderson. I took it as business, and I knew that she was doing her job and that she did her job well. So again, on behalf of the firefighters, we extend our condolences and thank you.
Mr. President, President Sacco, I wanted to address you personally and thank for your membership on behalf of the Tampa City Council and the CRA board. It was your members that responded to the medical emergency for our colleague, Councilwoman Henderson. And on behalf of us, I want to make sure that they understand how grateful we are for your work that your members did that morning, and on behalf of a grateful city. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lockett, go ahead. And then if I may, after Ms. Lockett, we have Chief Tripp, who's virtually and wishes to speak.
Oh, she can go before me.
You sure? Yeah. Okay. Chief Tripp, if you're there, you may go forward, ma'am, if you're ready. Okay. So Ms. Lockett, go ahead, and then we'll have Chief Tripp, if she's available.
Good morning, Council. Robin Lockett, Florida Rising. My condolences to the family. My heart is full. I received the information about Councilwoman's passing, Henderson's passing, early Tuesday morning, and we were scheduled to meet with her 5:30 that afternoon. So it was a shock for me. I had a conversation with somebody the Monday prior, that previous Monday, and they asked me, what do you think about Gwen Henderson? I would get that question, what do you think about Gwen Henderson? And I would say, I like Gwen. I was looking forward to seeing her fill that seat to its capacity, because she was bold enough to say things that a lot of people wouldn't say, as Councilwoman Hurtek had stated. She knew that I'm serious about the Yellow Jackets, and you talk about legacies, continuing the legacy. The expectation is that that's one thing that she was working on, and you guys continue with her not being here to support that legacy. Affordable housing, real affordable housing, not the hijacked name of affordable housing, but real affordable housing for the community is very, very important. Watching her on the dais was interesting a whole lot of times, right? At different times. She would say, like I said, she would say things that no one else could say, things that she cared about. I love the fact that she was so, when y'all were giving away money,
she was saying, oh, wait a minute, y'all give away that much money? I'm gonna go back and give more money too. But it was about that equity, right? Things that weren't done. I applaud the fact that she took it upon herself to change the policy with Julianne B. Lane, right? When caterers were required to have an alcohol license or something of that nature, and she, rolled it back. So that was a great success for her. But she will be missed, and I hope whoever runs or gets in that seat has the same tenacity that she did and cares about the community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you. And before, I know Chief Tripp was working on getting there. She there? Okay, great. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead. And I believe we have now 2 more speakers. After, there's another gentleman back there. I saw it. Oh, there you. Okay, my bad. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, Mimi Martinez. I live in Ybor Heights. First, I want to give my condolences to the family and friends of Ms. Henderson. And I also want to let everybody publicly know that she has been a strong supporter of Ybor Heights and being Ybor. I actually first met Gwen on the night that she won. I was down in Ybor. I was at Guido Maniscalco's watch party. And I knew that she was having a watch party in 7th and Grove. So I went down to Ybor, me and Bobby, and we congratulated her. And she was thrilled because she said I was her first constituent to congratulate her. We exchanged contacts, and we kept in close communication ever since. She invited me to her Black English opening of her bookstore. I had a meeting with her at her bookstore. I've had a meeting with her in her office. I text Darlene all the time. I talk to Darlene on the phone. She's smiling because she knows I was always in her ear. Whenever I would see Gwen in an event, I was in her ear. I had just saw her we had the Tuesday TPD event, Signal 87 at Reagan Park Center, and she was there, and I was in her ear talking about Nebraska Avenue. But I knew I could do that because she would back me up. And she was a big supporter of Burrell Park and developing Nebraska Avenue. And I love that she was the chair of the CRA because I knew that she would listen to everybody's opinion and valued everybody's perspective. She may have not always voted the way I wanted her to, but she always listened, and she was a big supporter. So I just want everybody to know that. She's going to be sorely missed.
Thank you, ma'am. And Chief Tripp. Okay, good. Just making sure. Okay, Ms. Burton, go ahead, ma'am. And 2 things I wanted to say before, which is we were told that the flag will fly at half-staff today in honor of the late Councilwoman Henderson. And again, we're taking this time out to hear from the community on the legacy of Councilwoman Henderson because it's so important to pay tribute to her. And we're taking our time out on this because it's the right thing to do and it's important. So, Ms. Burton, go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, good morning, Connie Burton. To her family, and my deepest condolence, and to her aide, Darlene, that was really a solid rock, as I saw it, someone that softened the bridge of approach. And if anything that you need to know about African women, we could scream and holler, and whatever your opinion may be at the end won't be our opinion of each other. So my sadness come from the fact that her short lifespan represent what's going on in our community day by day. The fact that many Black folks, like Ms. Henderson, don't get a chance to enjoy their retirement, don't get a chance to enjoy life to its fullest because we are always constantly dealing with stress. And so I don't know if she was dealing with stress as it relates to how Black folks don't have enough quality housing, how we don't have jobs in our community, how we see an influx of incarceration of our people, how we don't see our young people having a future. Because if I was in her ear, that's what I was talking about. Not nothing personal, but how do Black lives improve and how do the quality of our people improve? And for that, I'm going to be internally missing her because at least we knew that she would listen to that. And so as we move forward, that we get beyond, the grief part, how then would you carry out her legacy? What would you do? What is this mayor prepared to do? Because we don't need another stacking of the deck against the community, but what we need somebody that's going to be compassionate.
Appreciate you. And correct me if I'm wrong, no one else in the room is here to speak, correct? Okay, just making sure. And is Chief Tripp available? Oh,
Yes, good morning, Council. Can you hear me?
okay, yes, ma'am. Thank you. And Chief Tripp, just 1 second, if I may, ma'am. There are two people who are virtually on public comment. I want to make sure that they're not here to speak solely on Councilwoman Henderson.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, then it would appear not from what I'm hearing. So Chief Tripp, go for it, ma'am. We appreciate you being here.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, everyone. This is Chief Tripp, Fire Chief at Tampa Fire Rescue. My apologies for not being in presence to another commitment, but I couldn't go a day without giving honor and respect to Councilwoman Gwendolyn Henderson. She has actually been a champion for me since I've been in position, since I've known her, and as everyone has stated, she is definitely a champion to not only for women, but successful women, you know, and women who have not been successful, to empower them to be successful. Every event that I attend that she's a part of, she always welcomes me and she says, thank you for being here. But not only that, she encouraged me to continue to explore myself and expose myself in my career so other individuals, little girls, little boys can see the success, not only for the African-American race, but for all races. And she always believed in unity. So she is definitely going to be truly missed from me as well as Tampa Fire Rescue, because she was definitely a champion for Tampa Fire Rescue to assist us to get what we need to get. I am going to continue to live her legacy and continue to put myself out there in the community as she left her name around to be able to continue to spread her positivity and her love for the community. So just want to say thank you all, and thank you all for honoring her today. God bless.
Thank you, Chief Tripp. God bless you. We really appreciate you. Yes, ma'am. Please, go ahead. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I was at my desk. Please forgive me. Katrina House, City of Tampa Black History Committee President. And I just wanted to offer my condolences to the entire CRA board, to the family. Darlene, you should have returned my text messages. Praise the Lord. But just wanted to say that Councilman Henderson is going to be missed. Councilman Henderson reached out to the City of Tampa Black History Committee in reference to her HBCU day. And she was like, all right, Katrina, y'all always want me to show up for y'all. So I'm gonna need for y'all to show up for me. And so that's exactly what we did. We got the word out, all of us working together to make her dream a reality. The first time she did it, she liked it, but she said it wasn't big enough. So she said the next time, she said, I want it to be big. I want it to be grand. And she said, and everybody better show up. Well, it just so happened that on that particular day, we also had an East Tampa CAC meeting, and some of us were unable to attend. But Sister Darlene was trying to figure out where we were, and we were like, we still doing our business out here for the community. And so the next day, she sent me an email, and she said that she appreciated the thoughts that we were with her on that particular day, and she appreciated for us getting the word out. I also want to say that she did have a big heart when we asked her to come out to Belmont Heights Little League for our Players Alliance Day, where we offer a clinic with retired MLB players to the members of the community. She said, I'm not going to be able to go, but I guarantee you Charlie is going to be there to represent me. And she said, and when he get there, y'all better treat him right. And so when he came and he had stories from the beginning to the end of time. But we appreciated
45
that.
more seconds. Have at it, 45.
We appreciated that because the next day she was like, how did he do? And I gave her an update and she said, I knew he was going to do fine. That's Charlie. So I just wanted to tell everybody that at the end of the day, we were blessed to have someone like Councilman Henderson to stand in the gap. She was trying to make change. We appreciate her as being the chair of the Tampa CRA, of which that is my new department. We appreciate everything it is that she has tried to do for this community. And I echo the sentiments of the community that you guys do everything it is that you guys can in order to make some of those dreams still come alive. Thank you very much for your time. And now I'm going back to my desk.
Thank you, ma'am. God bless you. We appreciate you. So, guys, what we're going to do now is just a couple of things. Again, for the family and the loved ones, and there's so many of the late Councilwoman Gwen Henderson. You know, there's a continuous outpouring of love. This is just the beginning of remembering the legacy and the life and the values and the heart of a wonderful woman. I'm reminded, I love song lyrics, but a great song called Growing Up by Bruce Springsteen, and it says, when they said sit down, they stood up. And that's Councilwoman Gwen Henderson. A lot of people told her to sit down, and she never sat down. She always stood up. Just an amazing person. So what we're going to do is, since there are folks who are here just for this, and we want to have a good transition, we're going to take a 5-minute adjournment, and then we'll return with motions, public comments, and so forth. So we'll return in 5 minutes. Thank everyone for sharing from the heart, and God bless you. beginning, I guess, in 30 seconds. Okay, I guess roll call.
Miranda. Maniscalco. Hurtek. Glendon.
Present.
Guerra.
Here.
Carlson.
Thank you very much, Council. Okay, we've returned. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the May 8th meeting? We have a motion by Councilman Glendon, second, I think, by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, next we have public comment. And, oh, I'm sorry. Go
I'm
ahead.
so sorry. I needed to make a motion to pull some stuff out.
Yes, ma'am. So should we rescind that, I assume, then, the minutes? Okay, we have a motion to rescind by Councilman Manis. Yes, for May, is yours for May 8th?
No, I'm sorry. I wanted to pull something.
Okay, I'm sorry.
To speak about today.
Okay, my bad. Okay, so go ahead, ma'am, Councilwoman.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, minutes are fine. I apologize. I was running, I was trying to get a cup of coffee. I want to, due to the amount of CRA funds requested, I want to move agenda items 10 and 13 to staff reports.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilwoman Hurtak. We have a second by Councilman Maniscalco. Any discussion? Yes, ma'am.
I also just wanted to mention that, that we did pass a motion to move these up, but it just hadn't started yet. But we did make a motion to move that, and they will be doing that from now on, but I wanted to make sure that we pulled them today.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Okay, unless if there's any discussion on it, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Should we go ahead and move the rest of them?
We have to do public comment, I think, first, correct? Yeah, we usually have to. So let's go ahead and begin with public comment. And pardon me, since I don't usually chair CRA, do we have a statement read on public comment before in CRA?
Yes.
Okay. And yes, Attorney Shepard, if you don't mind, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Members of the public are allowed a reasonable opportunity at the beginning of the CRA meeting to address any item on the agenda before the CRA takes official action on an item. However, a 3-minute time limit applies to all speakers providing public comment unless such time frame is modified by a vote of the CRA board. Speakers and members of the public are also reminded that they are to refrain from disruptive behavior, including making vulgar or threatening remarks, or making or causing disruptive noises or sounds, or displaying signs or graphics. Speakers are also reminded to refrain from launching personal attacks. The chair will rule out of order any person who speaks without being recognized or attempts to address the CRA from outside the speaker area at the podium. Persons failing to comply with the CRA's rules may be ruled out of order and, at the discretion of the chair, may be removed from the chambers for the remainder of that day's CRA meeting. Finally, CRA board members are reminded that they should refrain from engaging a speaker under public comment. The City Council rules as revised June 6, 2024 are now in effect for the CRA board unless otherwise exempted or overridden by the CRA board bylaws.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. And just so that I know, I know we have some folks here who are standing for public comment. Who here is for public comment? If y'all could raise your hands. Okay, good. And again, as many is fine, just so that I know. Pastor, if you'd like to go first, you may, sir.
Yeah, really. I thank God for each one of y'all. Thank y'all for letting me come up here first, because I think y'all don't give me enough time. And I'm going to watch that clock right now. But you know what? I'm so happy to be alive. I'm 87 years old, and God has been extremely good to me. And I come down here with my walker, almost telling me my time is out. But it seems like y'all want to rush my time out. And I want to thank everybody that supported me. Many of the council supported me, and I thank God for you. And my prayers always go up for you. You all, and a lot of the members here too. They've done things for me that I wouldn't think that they would do. But you know what? I'm happy and I'm contented. You know what? I come up here, I could give y'all a book full, but y'all don't give me that kind of time. But thank God for the little time y'all give me. I've been talking about the Jackson House for years, and y'all still hadn't told that down yet. The mayor was here. Is she still here? But she was here. You should have told her directly. And that's what I want to do. Tear that darn thing down. It's in bad shape, and we could go by there every day and still see it up. We need to tear it down. And not only that, now a lot of the pond y'all done made out there called retention pond, we want y'all to fill them up so I could build my church back up over there in that neighborhood. And I'm just grateful to God for him to still let me live to tell y'all. But y'all don't want to see me get nothing done. But I'm going to have to keep speaking again. I know one of these days my time going to be out, but I ain't worrying about my time being out. It's about my time being here. And as long as I'm here, I'm going to keep speaking about the issue. And I thank God that I'm still here to speak about the issue. And I thank God for y'all giving me these 3 seconds where I can defend myself and make sure that everything all right. Now, when we come in the gate there, the guy testing me out, want to know if I got anything. I said, yeah, I got something. I got this handicap wheel that I got to help me walk back and forth. But he don't care. Want to search my pocket? I got my keys in my pocket. They ain't gonna find nothing on me. I can't do nothing. I can't run no more. I can't hardly walk no more. But yet, they want me to come through that screen, and they want to investigate. Hey, you got any silver in your? Yeah, I got my money in my pocket. But they want, well, you ain't got no bit. We ain't gonna let you. Oh, okay,
Thank you,
through.
Pastor. We appreciate
God bless
you.
all of y'all.
You too. Thank you, sir.
And
We
I pray to
appreciate
God
you.
to keep all of y'all too.
Thank you.
As long as I'm here. God
Next.
is extremely good to all of us. Not just some of us. Not just to Miss Gwen. He's good to everybody. And we got to thank him sometime, don't we?
Thank you, sir.
Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
I'm gonna put it in.
Ventez not Tampa, Florida. Want to say Huru. Huru means freedom in Swahili, and we as African people and all people should be always thinking about our freedom. The fact of the matter is, you can come down to the city council and watch all kind of disparities and experience it. You know, when I'm speaking, there's something black people can't articulate on that other level. Y'all accustomed to talking to black people about dumb stuff, colonial stuff. Colonial basketball, colonial sports, who can run colonial track, colonial education, colonial foolishness, colonial gossip. But the fact of the matter is, when an African person try to elevate the conversation, you shut them down. Yeah. You understand? You shut them down. Thousands of African people have been killed at nightclubs, and black families never knew to sue the nightclub owner. Y'all killed Gwen Henderson by putting her out there in that water, and you think I'm not gonna announce that her family need to file a lawsuit against the city of Tampa and the mayor? Put her up against a nasty race against Orlando Ghouls, disparaging all African men. And the result is dead at 60. But it's all the disparities that goes on in African people's lives, plain and simple. And y'all don't want us to bring that to the forefront. Y'all don't want to hear about reparations. You don't want to hear about child support, that it's eugenics. Y'all clowns down here for 2 hours talking about Gwen Henderson. Don't nobody in the hood know Gwen Henderson. Absolutely, positively, nobody in the hood who know Gwen Henderson is. Not one single person. Y'all can talk about sororities and fraternities and how y'all keep those Africans, those puppet Africans. But go in the hood right now, and people don't even know Gwen, our city representative's dead. They don't even know it. But y'all having a tribute to puppetism. Nothing more, nothing less. 100,000 people dead in Palestine. And the clowns here at City Council can't say a single word about it. But y'all talk about the animal shelter. You talk about inhumanity to other kinds of things. You talk about putting some lights on the Riverwalk, but y'all can't talk about 100,000 people dead in Palestine. Genocide, instant genocide. Y'all can't talk about slow Negro genocide with the child support situation. It's horrendous, driving African men effing crazy. Driving African men crazy and got African women snitching thinking they getting something out the deal. Making all African families dysfunctional. Man, y'all tighten up and stop playing black people like we stupid. I'm the first to say it. Yeah, I'm black and I'm stupid. The mayor say, oh, she had family members that can't read.
Thank
Should
you
be
very
ashamed
much,
to say
sir.
that.
We
825 years
appreciate
of
you.
oppression. We
Thank
went
you
from building
very much,
pyramids
sir.
to can't read.
Thank
How
you,
that
sir.
sound?
We appreciate
Think
you.
about that.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Good morning, Shagrat Dawson. I'll try to remain calibrated in honor of my fellow Dragon and also the graduate of Florida A&M University, which my daughter recently received her doctorate in pharmacy from. But I want to talk about, I walk in here and the first person I see is the same guy who falsely accused me of a crime. The very same guy. And the mayor. Now, the prior mayor, who seems to be running for mayor again, oddly enough, sent him, it's blurry, I guess, to falsely accuse me of the crime. So I'm showing you all what it takes, and I'm sure the attorneys over here understand what it takes to substitute as counsel in a case. But oddly enough, when the city of Tampa's police force sent their goon to remove me from my house, none of the rules were ever followed. And I want everybody to look at this substitution of counsel, which is supposed to be done by the bank, all that little foolishness. And if you look at the name Michael Wire, you'll see, oddly enough, that name is missing from this list of houses. I don't think it's by accident. And I don't think it's by accident either that when you look at this, the complaint was filed by Morris, Snyder, and Whitstadt, and that firm's head attorney went to prison for embezzling money from his clients. But in between there and here, where there's a notice of appearance by counsel, what you're missing is the substitution of counsel. It's kind of interesting. I don't make the rules. I know there's a few attorneys in here. But if there's not an order in a hearing, the counsel couldn't substitute. And oddly enough, if you look a little bit higher on this sheet, you'll see the name of this guy, Greg Holder. And I want everybody to imagine if a black mayor's black security guard or head of security was contacted by a black judge to remove a white disabled American veteran from his home that the daughter that's now a doctor was in, attending Berkeley, by the way, Berkeley High School. If you all would feel the same way about that kind of injustice, we all know you wouldn't. And I used a term last week that people say, man, I can't believe you said the word crack out there. I said, I don't know why not, especially when you look all around. I got in Sarasota, I got white men following young black men, young black boys through a neighborhood. We need to be as comfortable saying crack as everybody is at saying nigga. I got a judge that called me as much when she said, nigga, don't argue with this cracker, Michael Rowe, in my courtroom. My condolences to my classmate, Sonia. My condolences to the Henderson family and Dragon Nation. Shout out to the University of Thomas Jefferson High School.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good morning, council members. My name is Eddie Suarez. I have lived here in Tampa most of my life. I'm here today to speak in support of item number 10 on your agenda, the Urban Reworks project along Nebraska Avenue. This project represents more than just bricks and mortars. This is a step towards correcting some longstanding inequities in housing in our community. This is a chance for us to give back to the very people who make this city run, our teachers, our first responders, our healthcare workers, the very people that work here at City Hall, by making sure that they have the opportunity to live in the community that they serve. This project is rooted in smart planning. It's not just affordable, it's accessible. By locating it on Nebraska Avenue, which is a critical transit corridor connecting downtown to many of our neighborhoods, This is the kind of thoughtful, connected development that we need. And it's fiscally sound. For every dollar that's invested by you, the return is 12-fold. That means that your support will ripple forward to the next project and the one after that. It's an opportunity not just to build housing, but to build momentum. As some of you know, I've been a lawyer here in our community. I spent my entire career in the criminal justice system as a little bit as a prosecutor, mostly as a defense lawyer. And I've had a chance to see firsthand the pressures that our families face, especially when it comes to housing. The very people that are the support staff that run our courthouse have trouble making rent in our communities, and rent keep going up and up. So projects like Urban Reworks can ease that burden and make a real difference. I also want to take a moment to speak about the leadership of this project and to talk about Thad Baraday. I have known Thad for nearly a decade. I first met him when he came to me as a client, and now delighted to count him as a friend. When I first met Thad, he was a long way from the highest levels of corporate leadership he once had. He had lost his career, he had lost his reputation, he had suffered battles with cancer not once but twice. The man I met had emerged from those experiences with a profound sense of purpose, a purpose to serve. His story is one of redemption, resilience, and a commitment to the public good. His service isn't just theoretical. He's been an inspiration to me. His hands-on, is personal, and it's persistent, whether it's helping to be sheltering in the middle of the night or to walk with someone who's on the road to recovery. I trust him fully. I trust that with your support, this project can be a reflection of our collective values and the values of our city. I don't claim to be an expert in housing policy, but I know this. When we invest in neighborhoods, we invest in dignity, we invest in accessibility, affordability, and a Tampa that we can be proud of. Thank you.
We appreciate you. Next, please.
Good morning. My name is Joe Polano. I'm from Buffalo, New York. I've lived in Tampa since 2004. I own a small business down here now. I'm here to speak in support of the Urban Reworks project. I love living down here. I love being a small business owner in Tampa. I love our community. And as a small business owner, you know, our employees could use more affordable housing. I think Urban Reworks is going to do a great job in delivering, and urge you guys to approve this project so we can get it going and get some more affordable housing down here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. Next, sir, Mr. Hearns. Good to see you again, man.
Thank you, and good morning again to CRA Board. My name is Fred Hearns, 3422 Machado Street in Tampa, in historic Belmont Heights. You know, they say that those who do not know their history are doomed to repeat the mistakes of the past. And so history is very instructive. That's one reason I guess I kind of make it my life now. But if I can take you back just for a moment to 2007, that's the year I retired from the city of Tampa. And one of the projects that we were doing quite a bit of progress on was the redevelopment of Perry Harvey Park. And that park was to include an amphitheater. The footprint is still there. You can see the concrete and a half moon where the amphitheater was supposed to go on Harrison Street. We had the issue with the skate bowl. You all will remember that. And at the end of the day, the skate bowl was moved out of the middle of the park to the northern section of the park. Cost quite a bit of money to do that. I don't know if some of that money was supposed to have gone into the amphitheater that was used to move the skate bowl, but we do know that the amphitheater was never built. That was 2007. We've had several city budgets since then. It's never been funded. Our dearly departed councilwoman was pursuing this project. One of the first times that we spoke, we spent 3 hours together, and this was before she was sworn into office. So she had a little bit of time that day riding around the Central Avenue area. She lived on Central Avenue. The bookstore was right off Central Avenue. She knew that history, as do many of us who grew up in Tampa. I'm asking you to take a close look at what can be done to build an amphitheater at Perry Harvey Park. It's not going to take $10 million, but Gwen Henderson understood that it would generate opportunities for people when they put on festivals and have all kinds of events where they don't have to rent a stage. That's very expensive, where vendors can come there. And if they do well enough at the events we have, maybe they can open a storefront. So she was interested in seeing that amphitheater built. I hope that you will continue the work that she began. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. So we have 3 folks who are standing right now for public comment. I know there's more coming for public comment. What I'm going to do is, correct me if I'm wrong, Council, don't we usually take virtual first, or do we take them last? Doesn't matter. So what I'm going to do is a compromise is, after Ms. Tate, she's standing up now, we're going to do virtual. Everybody's going to get to speak, but there's only 2 folks virtual, just because I don't know their time limitations. But go ahead, sir. So that's Mr. Creighton and Mr. Randolph are waiting, so y'all will go in about 10 minutes, more or less. Go, sir.
Hi, my name is Ybor Cook. Many of you know me. Lynn came by my house the other day. I live about, I'm actually going to speak about agenda item number 10. I live in VM Ybor. That project is actually 150 feet from my home. It's currently a car wash. I look at it every day. And the owner of Reworks, who is actually the project owner, refurbished 2 homes right next to me. He did a wonderful job on those homes and actually brought them back to their original glory and has improved the value of our neighborhood. He bought that car wash. He improved the car wash. The car wash is doing well, but now he wants to move on to affordable housing or workforce housing. That is going to change that neighborhood. If you guys don't know, that's on 21st and Nebraska, right where that Checkers is. And that huge blonde brick church is right across the street. By putting that structure there, he's going to improve that neighborhood and help us clear Nebraska Avenue and make it safe again and bring it back to its original glory as well. I'm all for it, and whatever you guys can do to help, I'm with it. And also, I want you guys to make sure you know that I am sitting on my front porch and I can see the car wash. I would rather see a building that has a coffee shop, a building that has life where people are living, rather than washing cars and people hanging out and possibly selling drugs or drinking or prostitutes in that area as well. And that's the end of my comment. I say let's go ahead and help Reworks do what they have to do to change that car wash from a car wash into workforce housing and help change the neighborhood. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. Ma'am, go ahead.
Hi, Mimi Martinez. I live in Ybor Heights, and I'm a current East Tampa CRA CAC member. The purpose of a CRA is to eliminate blatant slum. Our own Tampa CRA mission statement is to plan, collaborate, and innovate to strengthen communities. I support agenda item 10 because it is going to strengthen our community. This project is going to offer so many benefits to the community. I implore you to look at this project holistically, not just at the money, because I know traditionally in the city, we like to have big box developers come in and provide hundreds of affordable housing units so we can give them lower subsidy. This project is more than just the amount of units they have and the money that they're asking for. This is a transformational project that is going to spark economic development, it's going to provide quality of life, and it's going to eliminate blatant slum. Sometimes we have developers come in our area, they give 400 units, we pay them a low amount, they build, and then they go away. They go away. They don't maintain the property. Is that quality of life for those residents who are there? We have a developer who wants to do both. We have so many people who come here before city council and CRA complain that they're being overdeveloped or developers are ignoring them, and we have to force them to do a community benefit agreement. Here we have a developer who's doing it on his own, who is not gonna walk away from this project, who is ready to break ground, who is ready to be brave and invest in Nebraska Avenue when no one else is. This is going to be a transformational project that is going to attract other developers to come in. We have another gentleman who bought the Walgreens property and who's trying his hardest to make that into a Live Local Act. I connect him with Thad and with Menachem Rappaport because he also wants to build on 26. There's a lot there by Burrell Park. But everybody's waiting for someone to make a move. So if we can get this project approved at the $500 million, the matrix says we can go up to 250K. So it is not wrong to ask for the max. We need one developer to come in and the rest will come in. So I ask you to please look at this holistically because this is going to be impacting. This is going to be a game changer for those communities who live off that Nebraska Avenue corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, good morning. My name is Neeman Ansari, and I own the property across from that, the Reworks project, and I just want to show full support for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. Ms. Tate, go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, CRA. Chair, board members. I am Fran Tate, President of Jackson Heights Neighborhood Association and a member of the East Tampa CRA Community Advisory Committee. I came before you weeks ago and I expressed the fact that we are volunteers. We have very little experience in redevelopment, but we are on the board because we love our community and we want to serve our community. I'm asking that we be given more time. When developers come with over $1 million ask, we need more time to read the information, digest the information, and understand it because we cannot talk amongst ourselves just like you all. The last presenter came with a $9.7 million ask. We didn't get a chance to read the 131-page booklet that he provided. Some were out of town for the first meeting, and some just came back for the second meeting. We only received the information a few days before. We need at least 7 days. It was like that when I served as the chair. We had more time to analyze these presentations. I'm asking for more time, 7 days, please allow us to have that at least. And on the urban reworks ask, they presented and we made a decision on what we were going to fund that project at. Please let it stay at that amount. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Next, we're going to go to virtual. There's two folks that I think are on virtual. Mr. Randolph, if you're ready to go, sir.
Good morning.
What?
Today I come to speak briefly. Today I come with a heavy heart and I speak for a lot of the West Tampa community leaders and residents and saying we lost a true fighter for the people. From the poor to the rich, from the baby to the senior, from the black to the white and all between. I really got to know the councilwoman during the city council. She fought tirelessly for the city as a whole. What I remember most is that compelling smile. She had the ability to tear you down with that smile and left you wondering what happened. She showed that she cared about your input. I remember during a recent CRA meeting when I was forgotten to speak, and she opened the meeting up just to make sure that the community voice was heard. I shared with her so many concerns from the West Tampa, and she always say, call me. She was in between meetings during our last meeting on emergency meeting on the recovery from the storm. She showed up to the virtual meeting, in between meetings, to let the people know she really cared. The boys and men song that most appropriate is It's So Hard to Say Goodbye. In closing, my friend, job well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Randolph. We appreciate you. Mr. Creighton, go ahead, sir, if you're on. Okay. Does it, the what? Ah, okay.
All right,
there you go.
Good morning, Bobby Creighton. First, I want to start by just expressing my sadness and shock and disbelief at the loss of Councilwoman Henderson. It was just
And Mr. Creighton, if I may, sir,
a week ago that I was
you're breaking up there and we
having a
can't hear you well.
conversation, and I recall the night she was elected. Oh,
There you
I'll
go.
try to speak more slowly. Hopefully you can understand.
Go for it.
Anyway, just want to express my condolences to Councilwoman Henderson's family. And I would like to speak in support of item 10 today, Urban Reworks project on Nebraska Avenue. Many people might not know this, but there was a boarding house at that location prior to the car wash. And the people who lived there were steelworkers, waitresses, young families with newborns. It was exactly the type of people that we need to bring back. We always hear how great Tampa was in the past with the fabric that we had, the urban fabric in these neighborhoods. This project is designed to bring that back to this neighborhood, which it desperately needs. How many times have you heard people from Ybor, residents come down and talk about the boarding houses where sexual offenders live, about the problem with the homelessness around that area, with the prostitution and the drug use, with the vacant buildings and the underutilized spaces? This project is the right people at the right place at the right time, and it's exactly what that neighborhood needs. I strongly support this project. I urge you to support it at the full funding request. And thank you so much for your consideration. This is exactly what the neighborhood needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Okay, Ms. Shea, go ahead, ma'am, if you'd like. Good to see you. Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure. Good morning. This morning I am here to speak on behalf of item 10.
Oh, and I'm sorry, your name, I just said it, but go ahead.
Oh, hi, I'm Shalette Davis. I'm here to speak on behalf of item 10, the Urban Reworks project. I've known that Verde for nearly 10 years. We met through church I work for, church I attend, the Portico. And I've lived in this community for over 20 years. I've waited a long time to see an investment like this in Ybor and in East Tampa, and especially along Nebraska Avenue. This project is exactly what we need and what we've been hoping for here in the city of Tampa. I used to live right around the corner in Tampa Heights in a home for a number of years. Tampa Heights is a transitioning neighborhood, and my landlord transitioned me and my roommate right out of that place in order to make room for tenants that were going to pay higher rents and take advantage of all this new money coming from out of our area and downtown in the core of our city. So this project shows that Ybor and East Tampa matter, and that neighborhoods like this are worth investing in. People who live all their lives in our city and yet still struggle to secure safe and affordable housing are worth investing in. People like Takesha, one of the guests of the nonprofit I work for. She works 2 jobs, she has 2 boys, and she continuously struggles to pay rising rental costs. People like Mindy, another single mom, who some of you might know the story of. She was once homeless and has changed her life and is now working and thriving. She's about to finish her degree at USF. And people who are single women like me. I'm pushing 50 years old, and I would love to continue to work in my industry, even though it doesn't pay me much. And I love to live in the city and downtown, an area that I love. For the last 60 days, I've experienced the defunding of programs that keep the city safe and keep the residents safe. And I just beg you to keep Tampanians in Tampa. The price point for this project is right. And if we don't invest and improve affordable housing projects like Reworks, we are in danger of losing talented and passionate residents who have the heart and the spirit of the Honorable Gwen Henderson. May her memory be a blessing to us in our entire city.
Thank you, ma'am. And by the way, today is Women Veterans Day. Happy Women Veterans Day. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, I'm Ray Coker. I'm down the street from this project at 1024 East 19th Avenue. I've lived and invested in Ybor for over 20 years. When I first moved to Tampa, I was doing some consulting work for Baltimore downtown, and they told me that one of their people was just recently hired by the city to make improvements in Ybor City. So, you know, in my small way, I wanted to jump on board. I remodeled and restored a shotgun on 4th Avenue. I used to hang out at Cephas Hot Shop for years, drinking aloe vera. But it was the diversity there that I loved to see. People from all walks of life coming there, drinking aloe vera, losing weight, improving their medical conditions. My gastro didn't believe that it cured my gastritis, but I believe after a year or so it did. You know, I'm pleased to see the continued improvement in Ybor. It's just remarkable. I have a friend coming in today from Philly to help me do some work on some things. And he hasn't been here for about 10 years. I'm just looking forward to showing him around, looking at all the different changes. I've also been a friend and know the founders of Urban Reworks. I was there when they founded the company. They're good people. They're committed to doing things the right way. And they've been very good neighbors. And I'm certain they'll continue their leadership and invest, you know, in the community. In the neighborhood, especially right in this area, we waited a long time to see some real investment, especially along Nebraska. This project is exactly what we've all been wanting. I think this project shows that VM Ybor and East Tampa are worth the investment, and I respectfully ask you to fund this project. It'll bring in new residents, it'll improve the sidewalks, the walking, the people here. You know, all of those things are the things that we've been wanting all of these years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. Ma'am, go ahead.
Good morning, Keela McCaskill, native here in Tampa. I hope that today your mindsets towards the people that you represent is different. You've all heard multiple complaints over and over again from the community, and yet you still listen solely to the staff. You're elected, they were hired. And I hope that after all that's happened today, what you actually do up there every day, I hope it really does matter. Because when you leave, what you did in that community mattered. Right now, you're headed toward authorizing, opening the door wide open for gentrification. I'm also a developer along the Nebraska corridor. In fact, you can't do anything, for the most part, without the projects that I represent. But the difference is, you know, after I'm gonna back up, after you've watched the complaints, you've heard the things that's happened, you've seen the disparities between the application process. In one case, $5 million, and I approved, I like that project, was on a consent agenda. You see other people come forward with requests. We're at a critical place where we recently lost a CRA for being the poster child of not doing what CRAs was intended to do. So after seeing all of that, being in the city, and yet you've not seen any African-American applications come before you. You want to know why? Because the Legacy Credit Initiative, the pre-development dollars that was attached to it before the administrators that were very knowledgeable in this process, when they put the information out there, that's how it was initiated. There would be an opportunity, and yet I see in the FRA where they're awarded for the legacy credit that would lower the barrier for a multimillionaire. Lower the barrier for a multimillionaire who didn't even need legacy credit. They had already funded their own project. Pay attention. I want you to know that the staff doesn't always represent the truth. They may say what's favorable, what you may want to hear, what you may like to hear, but they're not always giving you truth. Go to the people that elected you. Go to the constituents, those that is in that community. A $9.7 million ask was shoved in those people's faces. And we're only asking that they have a second review. And then you pay attention. Ask the residents, ask the CIC members that was there at that meeting. Ask them how they felt. 5 people said, I don't have enough information to make a decision. And just out of the abundance of caution, I'm asking you all to do a workshop regarding grants, these applications, this process, this CAC board. I want you to go look at how pre-development was initiated by the whole Florida Housing Finance. I also want you to read the CRP and go back to where it encourages public-private partnerships. And as it relates to the CRP that's coming back, they only did 2 meetings. The CRP recommended public input, and they did 5 meetings the last time. Make them do more. I support agenda item number 10. It's right in front of a project that I'm developing, so I would love to see it. I liked it so much, I duplicated the architect. I asked for the architect.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you. Ma'am, go ahead. Ms. Hewitt, go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, Allison Hewitt, East Tampa resident and business owner. I will say I agree, as I said in my last week's public comments, we are poised to have this CRA be the tool for gentrification in East Tampa. We're asking you to pay attention. We have a potential commercial grant, but the way it is situated right now, unless you have money, you cannot access it. Unless you can pay for it 100%, then you can get the 50% match. And the way the service agreement is, and also because Florida statute 163.3705 says we have to follow city policy, when you sit as city council, you can amend the purchasing policy to be more advantageous to the local businesses. So if you have to use the policy that you have to have complete reimbursement, the policy that you try to remove slum and blight, well, we need to make sure that the folks who may not have the credit because they're a cash business and not be able to get the loan to be able to redevelopment, we're asking you to look at that. Also, item number 11, to change the commercial grant, there is a section on there to remove the interior rehabilitation. And so technically, we are going to be slapping lipstick on a pig. Because if you can just have to do the outside and you cannot do the inside, and the state statute clearly says in 163.335, the legislative findings, as well as 163.370 paren 2, that it does not say no interior. It says construct and improve commercial and non-residential structures. If we're trying to make sure we are hiring from East Tampa, that we need to make sure that they come inside a really pretty building and be able to sit down and be able to love coming to their job. But we have got to really pay attention, because you are the CRA. And the city staff is who runs the information that comes before you. And I need you to treat your city staff like they are CRA staff, your staff, and hold them accountable to be consistent of what they're saying to the community, and actually putting in policies that help the CRA not maintain what the city policies are, because the CRA and the city, that's different. The CRA has a specific mission to achieve, and we can't achieve it unless we are paying attention to how are we helping those businesses, how are we helping those homeowners, and what is the overall plan. So I ask you for item 11. Also, a concern is that they came to the CAC and they brought their presentation on the screen. They presented all their proposed changes, but they left nothing in our hands for those in the community who would like to participate and share our opinion and be able to do some research. So what is going to be presented to you, we did not have to be able to look at other than on the screen. So I ask you to not take the community out of this process. Please give us the information ahead of time so we can come to you with thoughtful responses and not as emotional because it doesn't look right. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Ms. Bullock, go ahead, ma'am. Otherwise known as Ponce de Leon.
Valerie Bullock. I'm here to talk about item number 10, the Reworks Housing Project. And I want to know, when people come to get money from East Tampa CRA, and they say they're doing affordable housing, why do they always have to start out with the highest 80% AMI? I would like to see if CRA funding is going to fund their project, let's start off at 30%. And it can be done. Because when you start off at 80%, you're helping the people you want to help, but you're still creating barriers to keep certain people out. And I can look at West Tampa, the new projects they built over there, and Central Park, and if you go over there, it was 90, I'm gonna say between 80 to 90% Spanish people in Central Park, the new projects over there. And so when you're doing these projects, I don't know what's the name of it, but I do know Black poor people from East Tampa, my street, 24th Avenue, they are being excluded. And for me, the Reworks project, it's going to be the same thing. When they say, okay, give us $10 million and we're going to start at 80%, East Tampa CRA, shake their hand. That's a good deal because you are perpetuating gentrification and excluding Black people out of it. How many Black people in East Tampa on 24th Avenue, my street, makes 80% of the AMI? The average AMI on my street is 30 to 35,000. So if you all get Reworks this money and they start with 80%, the people who are making 70%, they're going to get in quicker than the people who are making 30%. We've seen it done over and over again. All I'm asking, if you give them East Tampa CRA money, let's make sure that we put some rules and stipulation on it. I don't care what the government say affordable housing is. If you get East Tampa CRA, we want some of them apartments for the people who make $36,000 a year. Because this is gentrification, and we see it repeated over and over and over again. How is East Tampa the oldest CRA in Tampa, but got the most Black? When we gonna get our Riverwalk? When we gonna get our Channel Side? When we gonna get our economic engine? If you're talking about Black people, you're not. Now we are gonna push all the money to Ybor.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you. So anybody else who's here for public comment, if y'all could please stand up if you're able to do so and go up against, and Commissioner Myers will have you next, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And then, so if y'all could please stand up if you're able to do so and line up there, just so we can know how many folks are going to be there. Mr. Robinson, go ahead.
Sorry for not standing up. Joe Robinson, man. Item 11, 13, and 15. 15, I'm to supporting Carlos Ramirez's back reappointment to the West Tampa CAC. And 13, I'm supporting the purchase of the property on Cypress Street. I'm here to talk about item 11. Listen, thank you, Mr. McQuay. Thank you, B. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, staff over there. Them people take a beating. They're in a transition. And I've been here all my life before CRAs. I was here with the first CDBG grant. This thing is a transition. The whole CRA's transition because of your leadership, Ms. Tyson over there, to change things, to renegotiate the agreement with the city and all of that. So it takes time to develop a commercial grant program. And I just want to thank them because there are guidelines on here. I made a lot of notes on this, but I'm going to say this. There are guidelines. What is a guideline? A guideline is just a recommended practices or instructions to guide individuals or organizations to making decisions, to complete tasks. So it's not something like laws and rules, Mr. Attorney. Okay? So a guideline. So that means it can be flexible. And they got to have some flexibility. That's why they come up with guidelines. And they got some great changes. I mean, I got a lot of property in West Tampa that it meets, that are historical, over 50 years old. My house I stay in the Scalone house is 80 years old. And so that's an issue when you're dealing with a historic district and older houses. It's an issue when you got property sitting in a CI zoning and then they tell you it's not a commercial use. So we got to let staff work these things out. I'm glad I asked them, I say, is an Airbnb a commercial use? Even though it's renting a residence? You damn right it's commercial use. Is you paying business tax on rental property a commercial use? If you believe it is, if it's a business tax, they'll be able to do it. So I'm not going to debate it. I know that they're in a state of flux, and I know that they need time to work this out. So expect more guidelines. They're coming to our meeting Tuesday night. Thank you, Ms. D, over there working this out. This is not going to be solved. I've been dealing with this tally for 40 years. We're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there with the CRAs. We're about, in my opinion, about a year and a half out before we nail it. And Ms. Henderson gone, I hope it don't push us back 3 years out. So I'm gonna just say this, that I'm not here to fight or nothing. I'm just here to thank you, staff, for putting up with you. Thank you, Ms. Brennan, for putting up with me. I know sometimes I'm controversial and sometimes, you know, people don't want to hear what I say, but when I come, I do my homework. I always do my homework. And as an engineer, licensed professional engineer, I can't sit up here and lie. I don't want to lose my $1 million license. So I'm gonna just say, look, I'm here to help you. We got a lot of infrastructure stuff to do, housing and all that, but let's just try to move forward with positive impact instead of negative rhetoric that just destroy working relationships. And with that, I got to go.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. Next, I don't know, Commissioner Myers or ma'am or whichever.
Good morning, Council. County Commissioner Gwen Myers, representing District 3 and serving as the County Affordable Housing Chairman. I'm here this morning to speak in support of urban rework. As you all know, as Chair of the Affordable Housing for the county, I meet with a lot of developers who are still looking to provide affordable housing in our community. I had the pleasure to meet and speak with Urban Rework as they're planning to build 20 units. These units will be located where we have the old car wash, right on the other side, I would say the north side of 21st for Basker, going toward Hillsborough. We know that is a very blighted area, and we need to know, and when we have developers who wants to help clean up a blighted area and bring in affordable housing, we all know that affordable housing is a topic throughout our nation. People are always coming before the Board of County Commissioners, and I'm sure they're coming here to City Council saying we need more housing. When we can have a developer can build housing that would be less costly for individuals who live in the city of Tampa or the unincorporated county, can have a place to stay that will be decent and affordable, we should support that. So I'm asking you, this board this morning, if you would support, I think they have our request in for $5 million, their project as we turn from a blighted community into a more positive, polished community, as we're getting more developers to look at that corridor between Florabraska to Hillsborough Avenue, because we all know what it once was, and we have opportunity to bring in affordable housing. And it starts with the urban rework, who wants to build a decent affordable housing for individuals who could afford to pay the rent there. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. We appreciate you. Ms. Lockett, and who else is here? Okay, Ms. Burton. Anyone else here for public comment after Ms. Burton? Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Hi again, Robin Lockett. I am here to speak about item number 10, the Urban Reworks project. I'm in full support of it. You know, anything with affordable housing, I support. This property offers up to 80% of AMI. I agree with that. It fits, it's 20 units. And, you know, we are still in a housing crisis. You may not be able to build 100 units at one time. We need the smaller units, the smaller clusters here and there to make housing, to meet that goal of reaching the number for housing. I support this project. It fits what we need. I think that with the, with the name of it, if it's in East Tampa, it should represent East Tampa. And the developer has said that we can talk about it. We can create another name for it. If it's in East Tampa, it should represent a name in East Tampa, and we can talk about that later. And I had to say that. Builders, developers, and so forth. I would want to see Black developers, the Pittman Group, those organizations or companies having the opportunity to produce in East Tampa also. I have to say that. And I look forward to this work because, again, you may not be able to build units, larger units at one time. So we have to be creative and build two, build one here, 20 there, 30 there, you know, to meet the demand because we are still in a housing crisis. It has, from my knowledge, 2 ADA units, which is needed, right? A storefront, a rooftop. So we're bringing that design to East Tampa. And I have to say this about East Tampa, and I would really love comprehensive plan. We're setting up a meeting to really think through what East Tampa should look like, and it should be the community, right? What type of buildings do we want in East Tampa? Because East Tampa has a multitude of a lot of different buildings with a lot of different characteristics. So I think this is an opportunity for us to be able to have that conversation to build into what East Tampa is going to continue to look like. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Burton?
Good morning, Connie Burton. Item number 6 and number 10. Item number 6, I think right now, for East Tampa to have been in the game of being the first CRA, that when this report is given, the deck should be this high with everything has been promised to the community and very little has been fulfilled. If the legislators do put rules and regulations, how will you move forward? How will the people that's been waiting for over 20 plus years to see the redevelopment of their community see that they have had the ear of a legislative body that represent this city? So the things that was mentioned in the racial reconciliation, all of that should be funded, those 5 subject items. When we talk about affordable housing, never would I have thought that people that had professional careers, firefighters, teachers, would never want to be lumped in with poor people. But you know what? They have to be lumped in now, right? Because now houses in our community is selling for $500,000 as we watch it. Now, item number 10, $5 million request for 20 units. $5 million for 20 units. Think about that. When they gave the presentation, they said that they wanted to go 4-story high, but you know who told them that they was not able to do that? The Barrio Commission. When they took their plans to that group said, no, you can only go 3 high. But you know what? They don't give not $1 to this development. This development is solely being asked to be financed off of poor people. Now, when J.C. Newman came along, some say, well, made a mistake, $5 million. We're just watching in disgust. Disgust. Because while Section 163 talk about what CRA is supposed to do, it talks about the elimination of poverty. 75% of black folks still live in East Tampa. We ain't going nowhere. But what is happening now, since we don't talk about redlining no more, we have gentrification. And it's happening. And then you act as if your hands are so tied behind your back. All of the promises that the mayor made during her campaign talked about different housing models. We haven't seen one. You know why? Because there's a disdain for poor people in East Tampa. There's a slow-moving Campbell that say how many houses we gonna do in real rehab and in real time. That now we just watch the rules change, how much money you got to have on the front end. People can't be grandfathered into nothing in East Tampa. We're spectators.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, that is the end of public comment today. I believe there's no one else for that. Next, we go to, oh, yes, ma'am, go ahead.
If I can, I don't think we talked about the agenda. We actually have some stuff to take off and move.
Thank you. Okay.
So,
and I want to, ma'am,
maybe
were you
Mr.
here for
McCray.
public comment?
Thank
Oh,
you.
yeah, just
Sorry.
one more. Go
Yes.
ahead, ma'am.
Okay, and first of all, condolences and peace to the people who appreciated Councilwoman Henderson's life, who
And I'm sorry,
appreciate
ma'am,
her life.
your name, if you don't mind.
Yes, Virginia Knox.
Thank you.
And just because I'm here, I thought I'd just go ahead and mention I'm not a representative of this organization or this event, but Feed Tampa Bay is partnering with the Restaurant Week that starts today and it goes through the 20th. And then today there's a kickoff in St. Pete also, that tickets you can buy at the door. But, you know, with the restaurants, they have a fixed menu, whatever you order, a portion goes to, for feeding Tampa people that need help. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate for letting us know that. You're very kind. Okay, next, and Councilwoman Hurtak, go ahead, ma'am. She's for number one.
Okay. I think if Mr. McCray, maybe he just would go through the agenda so we can move those
Yep.
things. We were halfway through public comment that I was like, oh gosh, I hope no one's here to talk about one of those items. But
Oh, absolutely.
it didn't work. They weren't, so.
Good morning, Cedric McCray, Tampa CRA Director. I believe we've already moved the motion, and thank you again for the staff reports for item number 10 and number 13. We were requesting continuance for number 5, and we had conversations and during the briefings with the maker of the motion for number 5 and items 6 and 8 because of the changes in the legislation, and we were just asking that those be removed and had conversations with you all related to the posting of those positions. So those descriptions will be sent out to you for review again before final posting, and we intend to move forward with those.
Well, what about number 3?
Yes, and as well as number 3 for removal, or continuance. I'm sorry, for number 3 related to the fire station, and we've been in communication with real estate as well as the fire department and the union to have those discussions, and would like some additional time as it relates to looking at property.
Okay, so I move item number 3 to be continued to December 11th, 2025, and item number 5 to be continued to August 21st, 2025.
And if I may, for item number 3, I think Councilman Carlson has some comment potentially on that. Go ahead, sir.
No,
Or anything else.
the union would like to, the firefighters would like to reschedule this for as soon as possible instead of waiting another 6 months. It's already been quite a while since we made the first motion, but my recommendation is to move it to August 21st.
I'll support that. August 21st, yes.
Do you want me to make the motion or you want to modify yours?
I'll modify mine to be August 21st for item number 3.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, great, and thank you, Councilman Carlson, for that, because again, if the lesson of Station 24 teaches us anything, and this is, by the way, no reflection on CRA staff, y'all are always wonderful, et cetera, but is that we've got to move forward with vigor. We can make real, non-changeable progress on a downtown fire station by the time we leave here, I think, so I'm glad we do that. So yes, sir.
May I say, you can talk to each of us offline, and I'd like to be part of that conversation with the firefighters, but at the very least, we as a CRA can buy a piece of property that it could go on. And if the city decides to slow walk and not build a fire station, that is what it is. But at least we can go ahead and carve that out, and the next administration can build a fire station if this one doesn't want to. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded, I think, by Councilwoman Maniscalco as to
Board member.
I'm sorry, board member, excuse me, board members, as to items 3 and 5, with 3 to be moved to the August CRA meeting. Any discussion further? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Yes, ma'am.
And yes, that's what I was just going to ask. So I move to remove item 6 from the agenda.
Yes, sir, please.
No, just a quick comment. If the legislature tries to do away with, immediately do away with CRAs again next year, I or one of us will bring this back up. But now it's moot because they didn't shut us down yet.
Okay, we have a motion, I believe, by Board Member Hurtak, I think seconded by Board Member Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now item number 8.
Did you want to, this says continued 60 days. Did you want it taken off?
Yes.
So just off period, not moved?
Correct.
Okay, so then I asked to remove items 8 and 9 only because we have, those items have moved on. We are posting those.
Yes. Just 8, not 9.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, just 8.
Yes.
Taking 8 off.
We have a motion by Board Member Hurtak, seconded, I believe, by Board Member Miranda, unless there's any discussion. Oh, yes, sir, please.
Just a quick comment. I talked to Cedric about this offline. Just as if the Straz Center or Tampa Theater or some other organization wanted to promote themselves, the city should be reposting the messages of the CRA, not posting it originally. Now we've got HCP filling in temporarily, and then we're going to get our own people. The purpose of that is CRA should be doing its own communication, and we should say, thank you to the city is stepping up and trying to communicate more positively and proactively about the CRA. But really, what they should do is maybe give you suggestions, and then you get either HCP or your people to do it, and then it would be great if they want to repost it. But they need to. We're technically separate organizations. They should be reposting our stuff.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, yes, ma'am.
And I have another motion, and y'all can tell me if you want it or not. I move items 9, 12, 14, and 15, which are I'm sorry. You might want to talk about 9. I apologize.
Yes, it'll take brief.
So never mind. I move items 12, which is the realignment of money from Channel District from one part of Channel District to another, and then the appointments for the Channel District and an appointment for West Tampa.
Second.
Any discussion?
Is there anybody have any reason not to move 13 as well?
Because it's over that much money, and we have already said that we are going to just sure. I mean, I'll talk about it now. 13, 13. I will motion to move that as well, and I support the purchase of that property. I just wanted it moved because we had said that anything over $1 million now will be moved to staff report. But I don't think anyone here disagrees with it. We didn't hear from the community,
and and it's late in the day.
Yes, I agree. So I will also motion to move 12, 13, 14, and 15. Do you accept those changes? Oh. Were you the seconder? Okay, sorry.
I did. On 13, that's a property on the north side of Cypress from one part all the way to the other part of the whole block, minus the dentist at the end.
Yes.
And then when you look at it, you think, well, that's a lot of money. But if you subdivide it by lot, you know what? You're getting a bargain.
Yeah.
Yep. And we're spending less because we have to do some work.
Okay, unless there's any further discussions, we have a motion by Board Member Hurtak, seconded by Board Member Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Oh,
And
yes, ma'am.
then just one more, since we've had a lot of comments about it, and I know they actually wanted to talk about it, I forgot to move item number 11 into staff reports so that we could have the discussion about the grants, because I know they have some questions they need to ask us.
Absolutely. So we have a motion by Board Member Hurtak, second by Board Member Clendenin. Any discussion? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, okay. Way to clean up the agenda. There you go. Clean up. I'm sorry, what? Oh, yes, motion to approve the agenda.
So second.
Motion by Board Member Miranda, second by Board Member Hurtak. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Okay, thank you very much, CRA Board. So now we move, unless if there's anything further, thank you, sir, to our Drew Park CAC Chair, our friend Miss Maritza Asterquiza, who's going to be here. And ma'am, look forward to hearing from you.
Well, thank you, and I'm very glad to be here, and I'm very glad to be here today because I can also offer our condolences regarding Councilwoman Henderson on my behalf and the Drew Park CRA, and so that gives us the opportunity to be able to state that as well. I have 3 items I'm going to speak about, and the last one is a special mention that I'm going to do. So keeping this in mind, though, it's very fitting that I start with the first one, which has to do with the park, because the last time I was here and I was able to talk about the park, I had someone right in front of me who was giving me the most beautiful, warm smiles and appreciation and support for this project. I mean, I could tell it in her face, and I won't forget that, and words of encouragement and appreciation for the work we're doing in Drew Park, and in particular, I believe,
this project. And this project is very fitting that I start off with this because of, a council person, Henderson. And that is a neighborhood park for the Drew Park children and families. And we have been moving that right along. It's a project that started more than 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago. We had a vision about a park. A linear park was developed, but it wasn't necessarily this park. And this park's intention was to replace, or to at least somewhat replace the park that we lost with Hunts Park, or Hunts Center, and Councilman Miranda may correct me. He remembers it well. I'm sure he's shared memories from that park, and that was removed because of the airport expansion. So this park is a vision that is going on for a long time, and thankfully under Jesus Nino's leadership, we were able to bring it back onto the table, and we met with a lot of community, and with Cedric's leadership, we're going to bring it home. And we're almost there. And we have been working with the consultant, with city staff design and construction. We are almost 100% complete with the construction drawings. And we're going to show you a picture in a minute, okay? They should be completed by summer of 2025. Being a good business person, I'm like, I want a date, so we're waiting on a date, not summer 2025. I want to know what part of summer is this going to be done by. And we're pleased with the concepts and the information from all the meetings we brought in from the community, and we met, and they've brought it together really nicely. And this is a beautiful, beautiful project. And I think we have a picture of it. Don't know how that pops up. Oh, there you go. Okay. So this is our design, and I hope all of you will be able to go to the ground opening of it, or the groundbreaking. We're going to have boardwalks. We've been working with play areas, a pavilion, so families can have parties or picnics or birthday celebrations or what have you. There'll be a water fountain, possible future restroom. We're putting that off for right now, but that is possibly in the plans in the future. We're going to have loop trails, benches, picnic tables, the nice fencing so it's secure, and making it nice in the neighborhood, so it looks nice, and landscaping and clear sight lines. We are protecting trees. We have some really special trees on that property, and lighting was very important, so for security. And we've also designed in a parking spot for TPD to be able to feel, and they can come write reports, they can come and sit there, we can interact with the community, and there's a special, I think is there another one? No, at this point, I think that's the one picture, okay. The ADA playgrounds are going to be ADA compliant for autistic children, so it's just going to be a beautiful place, and I welcome all of you to, when we get to the point of the groundbreaking. I'm going to move along real quickly here to finish.
And if I may, ma'am, I think
yes.
you have 30 more seconds, unless if anybody on the CRA board objects. I was going to give her more time. I have no problem. How much do you think you need, Maritza?
I need about another minute. Well, and then about 30 seconds for my last mention.
I'll give you
okay?
3, just for a safety,
Okay.
if I may. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so this is a big report that's been coming from, we've been working hard. We continue with the mobility, connectivity, safety improvement. We have found out that Air Cargo Road is under the city, not the airport. And you've heard me here come before saying about, the racing, which have started again, and the high traffic, and not necessarily the high traffic, but the speeding and so forth, and then it feeds into a 45 feeds into a 25. You've heard me say all that. And so we've brought that. We've also highlighted, in addition to this program, several areas: North Hesperdes, the corridor, West, Crest Avenue, Hubert and Alva, Hubert and Osborne, Lois and Alva, and Lois Cayuga. The Lois locations and the Hesperdes location, we've seen either a lot of misses, hit and misses, vehicle accidents, but we've also seen people who've had fatalities, So it's important for us in this project that this be addressed, what's going on in those areas to protect, you know, the people. The landscaping, we're still continuing with Grady and Lois, and that's going to continue. And we have been submitted for permitting already, right? Yes, to begin that project. So we are moving along, okay? Do you have any questions on that or anything before I move on to my last item?
No, I just wanted to give you a compliment on what you said. Hunt Recreation Center used to be close by with the expansion. They had to move in essence. That's how we put it. That park that's in Lopez Park is the center that we moved over. And it's time that another park, you can never have more parks in anywhere. I don't care what city you're in. And this is something that would give a tremendous uplift to the neighborhood and to the whole of Drew Park and to the entrance. Because of Cargo Road, Tampa is like another pathway into the city. You can go straight down Hillsborough, which I do not recommend. I recommend Cargo Road because there's less traffic. But even though Hillsborough backs up a lot, Cargo Road is backing up now. And I see that right there on South and Cargo Road. There's a lot of traffic now going in and out because of the development that's there. And thank God there's a big opportunity there for people to have jobs and things of that nature. So it's really working out for all of us. And I want to thank you and your staff and all of everybody at where you do all your work and what you've done to make that Drew Park a better place to live, play, and enjoy life. But I want to ask you one question, a favor.
Okay.
When are you bringing back Conga Caliente?
You know what?
I didn't want to put you on the defense, but I thought I'd bring it up now.
Yeah.
Because it was a wonderful place for everybody to have a nice time.
Do you know that that was the top three Hispanic event in the state of Florida? And yeah, we, for many reasons, starting with COVID, we've postponed it. We haven't gone away. We're hoping for 2026. I guess I just said it out loud. Oh my God, I got to get to work.
Notice that the crowd was all with you.
Thank you for bringing that up. My last comment is Mr. Ralph Lavandera was a board member for Drew Park, and actually he was part of the discussion of the park back in the day when he was a member. He has recently passed away in April 27th, and I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge him and the work that he did for the CRA, as well as being a great neighbor and a great business person. And we are missing him. He was also my neighbor on Hesperides, and he is a wonderful man, and he was very proud of his Spanish heritage. Called me his Cuban cousin. So, I mean, you know, he did some research. We may be related. And I just wanted to say that he was a wonderful man, he and his wife started Lavandera Electric, and which is still going strong in Drew Park, and he's a wonderful person. And he is also a dragon. Jefferson, so Jefferson produced a lot of great people. And so I just wanted to take a moment to let you know that we do miss him, and just bring up his Ralph Lavandera. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maritza. Any other questions or comments, anyone?
I just wanted to say that I had not seen the site design for this park yet, and I am so excited because I remember driving by when I did my first tours and how it was a beautifully wooded lot, and I was worried that, you know, how we were going to build a park with that many trees, and I just love this design. So congratulations. I will certainly be there for the groundbreaking and, you know, hopefully the ribbon cutting. It is just so amazing, and just congratulations. I know the community has needed a park for a while, and one that's not the linear park, but one that's more family and shaded, quite frankly.
Exactly.
The linear park is lovely, but no shade there. So this will really enable that. So congratulations and on all you all have been working on.
Thank you so much. We are proud of it. Anything else?
Okay, well, so thank you very much, ma'am. It's always a pleasure. We've talked on a lot of different things over the last few years, and you're always a pleasure to deal with. And I just, again, salute y'all. Councilwoman Hurtak talked about families and making Drew Park amenable for families, because we remember the way it was 20 years ago, and there's still a lot of work to do. But, you know, just making it a place where families can be productive and have a good quality time and so forth. And so we just thank you for your dedication.
Thank you,
So
and thank you for bringing up families, and because we are business, and we are also residents. So we work very well together. So thank you so much for your time today.
Dios te bendiga.
Gracias.
Gracias. Okay, next, number 2, Mr. McCray. And by the way, if I may, or CRA board, before, we are past noon. How, I mean, I'm getting 12:45?
Usually 1 is when we end.
Is everybody okay
Yeah,
with
we're
1?
fine, we don't, I think we can
And
pass.
Are you okay with 1, everybody? Okay, staff? Okay, good, have at it. So
Yes,
1
sir.
o'clock, let's aspire.
Good afternoon. Again, Cedric McCray, Tampa CRA Director. We have, if I could make just one request for an adjustment, Mr. David Alonia with the Housing Authority, at the request of Chair Henderson, was coming forward to do a presentation on the Johnson Brothers properties. I'd like to go ahead and bring him up at this point in time if we can.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, CRA Board. It's good to be here. Before I start, I am saddened by the sudden departure of our beloved Councilwoman Henderson, because I was with her in March at Harvey Park and at a ribbon cutting, and she looked well. And please forgive me for my voice. I hope it's not a distraction here. But she looked well, you know, with the energy and tenacity and full of passion. And, you know, to hear of this sudden departure was a shock to everyone I know. But one thing on behalf of Tampa Housing Authority, Jerome and Leroy, and I have the staff here with me, we express our condolences to the family. But I know that God doesn't make mistakes. With that, and she is the one that actually requested for this, and not knowing that she will not be here, but God knows why. With that, I will proceed.
And if I may, sir, just so that we know and have at it, do what you got to do. Roughly, how long you think you need for the presentation?
I'm going to be brief. And I would say probably about 15 minutes or so. 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Okay, you think 10 or 15?
Yeah.
How about we'll put the timer on 10,
Okay.
just to keep abreast, and if you don't mind.
That's
Thank
fine.
you. Go ahead, sir.
All right. My name is David Alonia. I'm the Director for Real Estate Development with Tampa Housing Authority, and I have a staff here with me, Rosanna Dolan. She's sitting back there. Are you bringing the presentation? All right. Is it coming here or just going to be there? I don't want to.
We could have it on the screen on the dais.
It's not. Is it coming? Hopefully come in there. Excellent. This is a quick update on Johnson Brothers House. And the Johnson Brothers House, let's see, this is the two of the last remaining turn of the century houses in the once thriving Central Avenue Business District of the Scrub. These houses, the houses were purchased by Johnson Brothers in 1981, and 2021, Tampa Housing Authority purchased it back. And this is all in line with our vision with the history of Central Park, which is now the Encore, to make sure that that history is retained, and Councilwoman was very adamant and very supportive of that. She was behind all this mission. Those are the two houses, and this gives you a quick reference in terms of context where the location of the property and the Scrub was once Tampa's oldest and largest African American neighborhood that traces its history back to just to the Civil War when the newly free slaves were freed and then settled and built homes in Palmetto Thicket, just outside of downtown Tampa. and everything on that avenue between 1900 and 1930, the Central Avenue becomes the heart of the scrub at that time, where they settled, and black population quadrupled from 4,000, over 4,000 to 21,000. Likewise, the businesses rose as well to 200. And everything that pertains to the daily life, provision of daily life was coming out of that Central Park. And when we started building, redeveloping our Central Park to Encore, we made sure that history was retained. Again, this is just a quick history of that era. Baseball great Jackie Robinson stayed in a boarding house not far from there. Ray Charles recorded his very first album, I Found My Baby There, while residing at 813 Short Emery Street. And Ella Fitzgerald and wrote a song, A Tisket, A Tasket in My Red and Yellow Basket. I mean, this continued until the 60s when, of course, the highway, I-75, I-4 interfered with that presence, and that construction sort of moved away all the businesses of black business in that area. And that was when Central Park was built. And this is just giving you in the 50s the picture, the area view, three-dimension of the what the scrub used to look like. And this is, again, looking down Central Park, what was built in that era. You can see what it looked like then before it was demolished. And then, of course, we transformed that to what is now known as the Encore. The first building that was built was the Ella, 150 units, all affordable, senior housing development. It was a 12 city blocks buildable site. It's a 28-acre site adjacent to Perry Harvey Park. And because of this redevelopment, we were able to rejuvenate the dilapidated Perry Harvey Park in conjunction with the city, in partnership with the city, and we brought it to life. So Central Park, just that you know, was only employed roughly 19 staff and was not contributing to any tax base to the city. So this redevelopment, and had only 483 units. But upon redevelopment, when it's all said and done, we're gonna bring over 2,700 units, including what we developed and what we sold out to third-party developers, which is still ongoing. We self-developed with Bank of America, who is our partner, our developer partner, 4 buildings amounting to 669 units, of which 559 were affordable, which actually surpasses what was there before. And this building, the Job Training Center, was again a requirement based on the funding that we received from HUD to build a job training facility, which is the community, part of a community redevelopment that contribute to overall development of that area. And then we have Mission Urban Farm that we use and land swap, we swap with the school district. Instead of leaving that land barren without being developed, we turned that into urban farm, which is ongoing and has been a very instrumental development in terms of food desert and food producing produce within the area. And then the Tampa Bay History Museum, which was the church, St. James Church, was built in 1921. That was another historic church that we preserved at that time. And this is the, again, looking at Johnson Brothers' home in terms of where it's located in context with the Encore development. What we are doing here is to make sure that we retain the historically preserved Johnson Brothers' home and make sure that it aligns with our vision in terms of what we're trying to do. We are acquiring all the lots in that area to mimic what used to be in that area during the scrub era, as Johnson Brothers' home was the only 2 remaining scrub-built houses that remained, but we wanted to replicate those type of buildings, but in today's architectural fabrics. And that's what we are projecting here. And not wanting to sell it to a third party as a affordable housing, because then it would disappear from there. This is just showing you the Tampa CRA area, which is 143 acres. But this is what we, again, just showing the acquisition that we engaged in during the redevelopment of Central Park to make sure that we maintain consistency in connectivity and the proficiency of the redevelopment vision to make sure it's well connected within the downtown district. And back to the Johnson Brothers home, you can see what we have now. We have effectively been able to secure the land area for all that. And in doing that, we want to make sure that we have efficiency in terms of circulation in and out of that site. We are projecting the development to make sure that it's consistent. And Johnson Brothers Homes, this is just showing the designation of the preservation that we got from the city and the historic Johnson Brothers home. This is just the houses again showing fabric. This is the public notice that we put out in 2023. That is a requirement when we request for historic local landmark that was issued by the city. And that's the ordinance that was issued when it was issued. And this is the site plan specific to those two buildings. We envision having those two buildings as proposed light commercial. One will be for a gift shop, and the other one will be for a coffee shop, but well connected. We're retaining the fabric of the building to maintain that historic presence of the architectural fabric. But within the inside, we made some changes to make sure that it accommodates today's ADA and circulation of the inner space.
And if I may, roughly, and again, you're cool, how much longer are you, 3 minutes, 5 minutes?
About 5 minutes.
Okay, give me 5.
Yeah. And again, this is just, I'm not gonna spend time with this in terms of the layout. One of the houses, again, is set to be used for gift shop, which is this is just showing the rearrangement of the interior space as part of the space planning, showing you what it was and what we have when it's done, but being careful to salvage what we can to retain the architectural presence of the old building. The other side will be for coffee shop. Then the floor plan on the right, just showing the layout. And again, you can see the extent of what we've accomplished. And we're going after PDE. We have engaged Stans Weaver firm to help us with the rezoning, which will be coming to the city in that presence. So it takes about 6 to 9 months to accomplish. And this will be going on. So this is, again, all the area that we work hard to make sure that we have the site control of those areas to accomplish the vision for that area, to reimagine the Scrub, the Sky Street Homes project. And again, this is a collaboration that we started with Wire Development, a minority developer that we engaged, who brought in an architect to help us provide that vision in terms of architectural presence. And this is, again, reminding what the area view of what the area used to look like from 1957 all the way to 2021. You can see how the clarity in terms of densification as we approach to today's vision. And this is, again, the land area in the 20s. This is what we are reimagining the scrub to be, so you can begin to see the craftiness in terms of the size of the lot, just to mimic the Johnson Brothers home, but again, to have the architectural presence for today's property.
Because this is gonna come in front of council as a rezoning, I don't think this is appropriate to see this particular portion of it.
Okay.
I mean, I don't,
Yeah, you're right. That's a great point.
I'm just,
Yeah.
I think we should not see this portion.
Yeah.
Because I don't want us to not be able to vote on this.
Well said. Yes, sir. So, yeah, so to the extent it goes to the rezoning, you probably shouldn't speak in front of us about it because this will be with, before us in a quasi judicial capacity. But go ahead after that. Go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna skip through all this, but I'm only speaking in terms of what the architectural vision is.
Again, nothing on that
Okay,
rezoning,
all right.
zero.
All right, well, with that said, all I'm saying is that we are planning to utilize that site area to mimic what used to be there before. I'm not showing you this, you know.
Yeah, but you can't show us, you can't speak to it.
Okay.
Nothing. So I would just take that whole part and then go to the next one, on to the next one. That's what I would do.
All right. This is what the representation of similar to Johnson Brothers homes that we have pictured here as what we're looking at. This is the
And this is probably the results. So again, anything to do with the rezoning, we can't legally talk about it outside of the hearing. So-
Well, this is just the architecture of it, what we're planning to do. I understand.
Yeah, but it's causally related. We still, yeah. So just go beyond that to whatever your next thing
All
is
right.
outside of it.
The only thing is, the only thing is that it is good that we are doing this. And it's good that we have a site control where this is located. And what we are doing to make sure that we retain the presence of the historic nature of this building, to sort of retain that history of Johnson Brothers home, because those two are the only remaining scrub building houses in that era that are remaining today. We want to make sure that we don't lose that history, and that's what Councilwoman Henderson reminded us of and was supportive of this before she left.
Thank you, sir.
But she was very adamant and very supportive and wanted to see where we are with the project.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your thoughts and your presentation. Council members, any thoughts on it? And by the way, since we're keeping mind of the 1 o'clock clock, are you all okay with 2-minute limits on speaking at this time? Okay, good. Have at it. If you don't mind, clock. Go ahead, sir.
I just want to say, for those that are watching, why we say what we said is like 4 words: yesterday, today, tomorrow, and forever. We can only talk about yesterday. On council, we can talk about today, tomorrow, and forever. That's very difficult, but it's hard to understand at times. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you for that presentation. I'm glad to see, even though history essentially wiped out an entire black community. It's like saying demolishing Ybor City. You know, you think about Central Avenue is like a 7th Avenue. And Ybor City, although had significant changes because of urban renewal and the interstate and so many other aspects, Central Avenue is essentially wiped out. And I've mentioned this before, and even my wife, she's studying to get her master's, and she did a paper on Central Avenue and its disappearance, and she's watched the documentary. And I told her, I said, I can't take you down there to show you other than Jackson House, Johnson Brothers Home, St. James, Longshoreman. Very little is left. So we have to preserve what's still there, and the Johnson Brothers homes is a perfect example because it's a glimpse into the past and what used to be, so people can imagine it, see it without having to look at photographs. And I think you doing this and your organization, I think is a very good thing. I wish there were more structures, but as you showed in the photos from 1957 to 1969, and we had riots in between and a lot of other situations, that neighborhood is not the same and nothing like it used to be.
Absolutely.
So any type of preservation is always a plus in my book. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, sir. We really appreciate your presentation. And again, this is something, again, take away the quasi judicial matter in terms of the intent of everything you're saying. I know we all fully support it, and it's something after the late councilwoman's heart, and yeah, very, very important. So thank you very much, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time. And, you know, like it's in our heart that we, I appreciate the fact that Tampa Housing Authority was able to purchase this property, because that's the only way this property would have been sustained and retained to keep our history in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for your presentation. Mr. McCray, anything else from you, sir?
Nope, just wanted to highlight, and I know we're trying to move the agenda along. If you have any questions related to the trackers that were included per your request, and you have a copy of the quarterly newsletter at your seat at the dais, and just wanted to highlight that. And I'll pause for any questions, and other than that, I will call up Mr. Campbell to come and present as it relates to Ashley United.
Any questions before we move forward to item number 4? Okay, thank you, Mr. McCray. We always appreciate you, sir. Okay, have at it, sir.
All right.
And about how long do you think you need for your presentation?
When I went over it, it was 10 minutes. I will make it faster than that.
Okay, we'll clock you at 10.
All right.
Challenge you to 5.
All right. Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Board. Brandon Campbell with the Mobility Department of the city. And want to say thank you for your consideration of our request for supplemental funding for the Ashley Drive Reconnecting Communities project. I know I've been before you in your capacity as city council before, so you're familiar with some of the aspects, and many of the aspects, I should say, of this project. And because of that, I'll speed through what I had previously uploaded. The request itself is for $8 million toward our $22 million project. Mr. McCray had uploaded to your agenda today the details of that request, split over three different fiscal years, and its tie into the downtown community redevelopment plan, as he and I had discussed, as well as I had presented to the CAC. I do have a video. I don't know if this will include audio. It's okay if it's silent, but just wanted to give some context. My 10 minutes or... There we go. Just give a little bit of additional context to where this is and how it's related to the rest of our network downtown. The primary work item of this project is the removal of that bridge barrier on Ashley Drive northbound, and the reconnection of Harrison Street in that vicinity to better connect the grid, bring that down to grade, allow for better access to the area, specifically for active transportation users, and then to enable the highest redevelopment potential of the adjacent property that is currently under an RFP. You, I'm sure, are aware that the alignment of the future extension of the streetcar route, should that come to fruition, is immediately adjacent to that. It is about 2 blocks away from the riverfront, the existing Riverwalk, and the West Riverwalk that is underway. And then there are additional on the periphery of this area, northern part of downtown, of course, the Rome Yard redevelopment, the Encore District, which was just discussed in the previous item, and then just sort of on the next outer ring is the Gasworks redevelopment. So these are all related to one another, but mostly what I wanted to highlight with this video was the proximity of the Ashley Drive project to some of our other active transportation facilities. It's 1 block away from the Green Spine, which has been built over the last 10 years and is just entering its final phase 2A. So this next set of pictures on the left is the existing configuration, and you can see that slip lane from southbound Ashley Drive onto Tampa Street, and the removal of that's envisioned with the rendering on the right, bringing that again down to the grade of the rest of the network. This picture is something that I brought in front of you when I spoke to you as City Council, but just to highlight exactly the area that we are planning to reconstruct with this specific project is that outlined in red. The outline in blue on the northern portion of this is a separate FDOT project that they have yet to program, but we've been working with them on coordinating project needs. And then on the right of that picture is that RFP 25P85 that has been advertised for the redevelopment of Army, Navy, and the Royal Regional lot. I mentioned again, primarily, we're bringing this northbound actually down to grade. We'll have an at-grade signalized intersection with Harrison, which will be extended from that from its new terminus, I guess I would say, or reestablished terminus at Tampa Street, and then on over to where it would align with what is now Fortune Street. I have a couple of renderings of the concept as well. This is from a little bit of an aerial perspective, showing that bridge on the left that is going to be removed, and then the rendering showing some enhancements to the bicyclist and pedestrian facilities as well, and in the background of that picture, some possibility for redevelopment under that existing RFP. Here it is from the street level. I like the picture on the left because it does adequately represent the environment that you're approaching and the sort of barriers that you would encounter should you wish to cross that road on foot or on bicycle. But also it shows the sort of wide open space that encourages higher speeds for those southbound vehicles. These ties back into the downtown community redevelopment plan are also in the memo that Mr. McRae had uploaded, but these are directly from that and related very closely to the project as we envision it, to create an efficient pattern of circulation for transit use, identifying alternative modes of travel. I mentioned the streetcar extension as well as the other alternate modes that we're addressing. To provide for utilizing the waterfront to its best advantage. Again, this opens up one additional direct connection to the waterfront and to the Riverwalk, and then to develop a mixed-use or urban environment. Bringing that down to grade enables a little higher potential for the redevelopment that's currently being considered. This table reflects what is in the financial resolution that has come before you acting as City Council, and that has been continued to June 26th. But this grant request, or this supplemental funding request for your consideration today, is the $8 million toward the overall anticipated project cost of $22 million. So that said, I will be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, Councilwoman Hurtak was the maker of the motion, then did I, Councilman Carlson?
No, I'm not sure.
Oh, sorry. Whoever. Okay, there you go.
So while we're here, so you're asking for 8 million, but then there would be 8.65 million left. That still needs to be programmed.
Yes, so I think that our CFO has spoken to you about this a little bit. The third line item down, that's $4.7 million, is existing bond funding.
Yes.
That is on a couple of other projects that it just wasn't quite enough to fund the project as initially envisioned. So that was going to be reallocated. The grant amount from the federal government under the Reconnecting Communities program is 5.3, and the yet to be determined line item is that's nearly $4 million. That I think Dennis will be in front of you speaking about what potential revenue sources or fund sources would do that.
Thank you. Can you go back to the one of the first slides? So what? Okay.
Which one?
Yeah. That's go one more back.
Oh,
so
sorry.
one more back. One of the first original photos. Sorry, maybe two more.
Too far?
Okay, so this is what I'm at the very top. So I can see where you're reconnecting Harrison, but what's going to be happening to Laurel? Will Laurel still go under a bridge of some sort?
It will.
Okay.
Those bridges are part of FDOT's right of way.
Good to know. And then if you could move a few streets for you had a like a standing view of what those new grade level streets were going to look like.
This one?
Nope, one more.
I think that was.
Keep going. Yeah, this. And what I noticed about this new vision from Ashley Drive from above is that looks like 6 lanes of traffic. And I'm gonna say that that's too many lanes.
Sure.
So that's gonna be my big thing, is that that's just way too many lanes. When you have 6 lanes of traffic, it is no longer a downtown street. It is a interstate.
Understood.
So while I do see that some of those are right-hand turn, like the one that's going north, I understand that that's turning on too. But the ones that are coming into downtown, I really do believe, because now it's 4 lanes at that intersection. I don't think that's appropriate for entering our downtown, because one of the biggest problems we have right now is Ashley Drive acts still like an interstate when people come off of it. So if you're really gonna reimagine this, we need to reimagine it to slow down traffic as it comes into downtown, not still create the speedway that exists today. We have quite a bit of problems with people coming downtown. That's how I come in the morning. And just the speed of people speeding down Ashley. And if we really want, because right now there's the Riverwalk and there's downtown, and it does not connect. There are crosswalks that are dangerous, but there's no feeling that it all belongs together. And the 6 lanes is why. So I'm going to challenge you, as we look at this, to reduce it from 6 lanes to 4 lanes and see what we can do. Because I think that is, we can bring this down, but it's not going to help. And then the thing that I want to talk to council about, or I'm sorry, to the board about, is, and I've mentioned this before, and I just wanted to bring it up today, that I believe that the CRA should pay for all of this. I do not believe that the citizens of Tampa should bond money for this. So if you could go to the last slide where it looks at the money, what I would like to propose is to actually include that 8.65, the 8.65 million, the additional 8.65 million to come from downtown over a set of more years, and we would have to figure out what that would be, and to take that 4.7 million from the unallocated or the reallocated bond fund that we have just sitting, and put that toward paying off some of the West Riverwalk. The reason I'm thinking about this is because I would like to try to lessen the debt we need to ask for that project. And by taking the money from the CRA, this is the CRA that has the most amount of money. We don't technically have a lot in our pocket right now, but if we expand it over the next few years, I've talked to a few people in the downtown CRA who don't have a problem with it. I definitely think that as we talk about this as a council next month, or I believe in 2 weeks, that this is what I think is the most fiscally prudent thing to do. But I will not support this project if it takes a penny of money from city coffers. This needs to be paid for by the CRA. We don't have $4 million to bond for this. The rest of the city has too many needs.
Thank you. Next, so I want to go in an order here. We have Councilman Maniscalco. I saw Councilman Carlson, Councilman Clendenin, Councilman Miranda. I don't know when you raised your hand, you want to speak. I apologize if you were before that. Now, Council, again, we're supposed to end by 1. Do we have a consensus here at 1:15 now? Is that okay with everybody? Okay, but again, let's not fill it all up, but have at it.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. I find it sarcastically hilarious that within my parents' lifetime, they're born in the late 1950s, that we're undoing the wrongs of the interstate. And we're trying to reconnect blocks and grids that were there originally. But with the butchering of the interstate, you see how it's chopped everything up. To the point of board member Hurtak regarding it looks like a 6-lane highway. When people are coming off the interstate, psychologically, they are already going 55, 60 miles an hour. And then you're going to slow down to that 30 mile an hour, I think is what it is downtown. Not everybody slows down. Because I take Tampa Street every day, and as people are coming off the on-ramp, it's a game. I play a game of don't get into a car accident. And another thing, so that is an interesting challenge to reduce it, because when I cross Ashley Drive coming from Curtis 6, and if I'm coming off the Riverwalk, it doesn't feel pedestrian friendly. I'm like this the whole time. You know, yeah, I have trust issues. I look both ways on a one-way street, you know, and anyways, my concerns are with this Department of Transportation community, the Reconnecting Communities grant. Is that in danger? Because I know they're fighting right now, but the whole Doge thing, is this affecting us? Have we been cut out in any way? Are we in danger of losing that funding?
So as of my last update with FHWA, the understanding was that all grants for which we have an executed grant agreement are in the clear. I certainly can't speak to, you know, anything they might.
So we are,
change in my mind.
as far as you know, we are safe. So that's good news. Okay, and then finally, I'll wrap up with, in regards to the downtown CRA, I call it the wealthiest. You know, I know that we have projects that we've committed to over the lifetime of the CRA, but I think it's a good idea that we look at having the CRA fund this in its completion, and not taken out of the general fund. I think it eases the burden on our budget because it's a lot of money. And like I told somebody yesterday, when you bond $1 million, you pay back 1.9 million. You know, it's going to cost us a lot of money. If the CRA can handle it, I think it would be great. But other than that, those were my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Carlson, Glendon, then Miranda. Go. And by the way, we have a 3-minute time limit.
Fine.
Yeah, just in case.
I agree with Board Member Hurtak about the high-speed look of that with 3 lanes on each side. I wish it looked more like a boulevard. To me, this is a chance to do a grand entrance to Tampa, and it doesn't look like it from the renderings. Also, I brought this up last week a little bit, and we haven't really talked about it yet, but I don't think we should do any more bike lanes that aren't protected lanes. I think instead of measuring bike lane miles, we should have protected lanes that people feel safe to ride on. I know going through an intersection, you can't do that, but from the rendering there. But it's really dangerous. And I was in Boston last week, and they have a lot of these. They have protected lanes, but they also have the green lanes like you had there, the green zebra lanes, and they're really dangerous everywhere. Some places I've been in Europe and other places have better protected lanes, and you know, some places put it to the right of the parking spaces, so it's even more protected. So this project has been around for a long time. Where did the city, before the request of the CRA, where did the city plan on getting the $8 million from?
So when the initial grant application was submitted, the anticipated cost was lower. It was $11 million at the time, so it's going to be a 50-50 cost share between FHWA and the city. That was before my involvement. I don't know exactly where the $5.5 million or so was identified at that point.
What year was that?
That was, so the award was announced in February of 2023. The application would have been submitted sometime in 2022.
Yeah, because it's similar to the thinking, maybe slightly different than what Board Member Hurtak said, but I'm okay with presuming that you talked to the CIC about this too, but I'm okay with CRA money being used for this kind of thing. You know, in the past, it's been used for subsidizing developers, which I'm completely against. This is the kind of infrastructure that enables, it's the infrastructure that private sector doesn't do that then enables development around it. And so I think that's better. But if there are any offsets, I think the highest priority in the city right now is filling potholes, fixing roads, and stormwater. And I'm completely against the West Riverwalk project at this time. I'm not against it long term, but I'm against it at this time, and I hope we can stop it and redirect the money toward stopping people's houses from being flooded. So I agree with her thinking that that if there's any bond money or anything else that we would cover, that we pick it back up somewhere that's a priority on the city. And I think we should insist. We can all just debate where we think the money should go. I don't know why the city would have moved forward with this at all, knowing that you have a $12 million deficit on it. just somehow banking that the CRA would fund it. This conversation, I think, should have happened a long time ago. But anyway, if there's some offset of general fund money, I think the CRA board should put a clause in there that demands that any of the offset money be spent in a specific way at the city. My choice would not be the West Riverwalk, it would be roads or stormwater. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Gwendolyn, then Miranda.
So reference the timing, Brandon. Part of this is timely because of the FDOT reconfiguration of the interstate and what they're going to do with the Ashley Street. So we're not necessarily driving the timing
So we do have an obligation under the grant agreement to get it done toward the end of 2029. That will likely derive the overall timeframe for the needed reconfiguration of the FDOT project. I don't want to speak out of turn and speak on their behalf more so than I should, but I do believe that they are waiting to see exactly how we're going to handle this project before they make a final decision on how they would handle the reconfiguration of that Scott Street intersection with Tampa.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to make sure that the board members understood, is that it's beyond the city of Tampa. It's also FDOT is involved in this equation because of the interstate reconstruction and stuff. So it's like, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? And if you don't do this, then they're going to reconfigure differently. And
why can't FDOT pay more of it though?
Because this is within the city. This is not FDOT property. It's within the city of Tampa. So they're going to do their portion of it. This is just what we dump on, and how they configure theirs is what they're going to dump on. So that's the critical decision point, is for their project, how they exit their project into the city, and then how we accommodate that exit. That means I agree 100% with the Councilman Hurtek, except the problem is we have a cash flow issue in downtown CRA, and understanding the timing with FDOT and all that.
But we can expand it.
Well, but the need of doing it, yeah, we can, but their need is going to be, unless we bond through the CRA.
But we wouldn't have to do that. I'm sorry, like, just to have the conversation, so we could ask what that would look like over time, and basically how we've done it with our regular projects, where we kind of just have a little bit of a fund that we float for a little while.
Well, I know. I agree, except for, you said maybe Cedric could provide some clarity and again, along with Brandon, on what the timeline has to work with, how the funding, being able to spread it out, matches our actual cash.
Good morning, or good afternoon again. Cedric McCray, Tampa CRA Director. Based on the application, the funding years were roughly 27 to 29 for the $8 million. We may see an increase, or anticipate an increase, based on some of the commitments that are already in downtown to the various cultural arts institutions and the like. But we probably wouldn't be able to do anything or make an adjustment until FY28 to maybe find some other dollars to get to the increased amount that's being.
But if we wanted to get an extra $8 million, how would that amortize in the cash flow with downtown CRA?
It could be done
after 29.
Yes, or starting in FY28.
Yes. How much in 28, 29, 30?
We're probably. Give me 1 second. Ms. Orr can speak to that.
Courtney Orr, CRA Development Manager. So right now we have $2 million budgeted of the original 8 requests. We have $2 million in 27, 3 in 28, and 3 in 29. I would think that we in 28 could lift that 3 million, and 29 lift that 3 million.
To how much?
I was just looking at the cash flow, and in fiscal year 28, it looks like we would have available 12 million.
So we could go from 8 to 12.
Mm-hmm.
So we wouldn't be able to reach the full 16, but we could go from 8 to 12.
I probably wouldn't, just to be prudent, use that full 12 that it looks like we're anticipating as extra revenue. I would probably want to divide that, because I don't know what other asks might come forward, so I wouldn't want to use that entire 12 and 28 that may come available. I'd rather spread it some to 28 and 29.
But we don't need 12, we need 8.65.
Plus the 8, no, 8 plus.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. So we need 16.65.
16 plus some change,
yeah.
exactly. So Brandon, what's the construction schedule to meet with FDOT?
So we're anticipating design to be complete in late 2027 calendar year. and then construction to begin shortly after that and to go through 2029.
And the money needs, we'd have to have fully funded by 29 or 30?
I don't know if there's an accounting mechanism that helps to push that need back, but our final invoices would be in late 2029.
But that's why I want to have that conversation with Mr. O'Hara in 2 weeks. That's why we put it on our council agenda in 2 weeks, and he'll be here to talk about how we can do that. And now, worst case scenario, we could still use the CIT bond funds and only ask for $4 more million.
Which if
But that we could
is
do.
correct, then we tentatively, that seems to be feasible if we were to use, so our emergency hatch, maybe there's a better solution, but we still have an emergency hatch of that 4.7 to be able to bridge us if we had to.
Yes, but I believe that we should, I mean, again, I think we should try as hard as we can to use that 4.7 million to offset bonding before it happens, because that's what the constituents are telling us. They're telling us we don't want to bond for things.
This is already bonded money, correct?
Yes, it's already there. It's just sitting.
Right, exactly.
We're moving it from bridges, and that could just pay off some, so we don't have to bond for the West River Walk.
So to bring it back, so right now, we have got 8 million allocated, or enough funds for $8 million. If funding and revenue streams come in as anticipated, we should be able to see in that construction schedule an additional 4 million, maybe more. And if we don't get the maybe more, we could use the 4.7. But if we do get more than that, we could use that 4.7 to offset other. So, okay. So and so what would be required from this board today to move forward with that?
And before, if I may, I want to make sure that, I know there's a dialogue back and forth, but Mr. Miranda's also been.
I just wanted
waiting,
to, what would be the need, the answer you all need from this board today to do
Cedric
that?
can correct me if I'm wrong, but I would suggest the approval of the 8 million with staff having the opportunity to review the budgets for future fiscal years to come back and provide what the resolution is.
I like that. Good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, Frank, the cost of the project, and you said so much, is that figured the cost of increase of revenue or cost of materials between now and 2029?
Yes.
So you included that 4 or 5 or 6% a year more than?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so then you're on target, or you think you are?
We think we are.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay, that's number one. Number two, I'm not disagreeing with you on the way you enter into with 3 lanes, and I'll tell you why. When you come off Ashley now, there's only 1 lane off the bridge. Then it becomes a split to Tampa Street and a split to straight to Ashley. Then you have 3 lanes, and you know why? Because people get used, if you're going to turn left, you get in the left lane. If you're going to go right, you get in the right lane. And if you're going to go straight, you stay in the straight lane. So if we only have 2 lanes, you're going to have people that are not realizing where they're going to go left, they're going to go right, and you're going to cause, I believe, and I'm not a traffic engineer, more accidents than if you had 3 lanes. It's not about speeding. You can speed in 1 lane as fast as you can go in 3 lanes, just you have more cars. But when I look at it in principle, and I'm not an engineer at all, but when you design something that's coming in, and you have a lot of streets, from Tampa you can go left or you can go right. And that's going to be a problem if you have 2 lanes. That's all. Thank you.
Thank
in
you,
my
sir.
mind.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilor, or Board Member Miranda, and Board Member Hurtak wanted to speak again. Go ahead, ma'am.
Can I just add one?
I just wanted to speak to Board Member Carlson's remark about how this happened, how this got so expensive so quickly. And it came to us, because I did the research, I couldn't find the paperwork at hand right away, but basically Vic came to us in August of 24 asking us to accept this grant. It was either August, it was sometime in the summer, and by that time they knew it was going to be 22 million, but they didn't tell us. They just said, oh, it's going to be an $11 million project. And I asked him what happened, and he said, oh, we just didn't share it at the time. So then miraculously, after we approved it in August, like in January, they were like, oh no, it's going to be 22. And it's like, nothing happens that quickly in the city. So they've known this was going to be a more expensive project. It's unfortunate, but that's where we are now. If we actually want to get the 5.3 million, I personally, I would not approve this project. I wouldn't approve moving money, but if the downtown CRA wants to use its money to do that, that's fine. I'm not I think this is too much money for what the project was. 11 million was fine with me. I think 22 is too much. But again, I'm gonna settle on, if this is what the community wants to spend money on, I'm fine with it, but it has to come from the CRA, and I will not support anything that takes money away from the general fund because of what you said. Stormwater, people's houses are flooding, we have street issues, and that's why I'm so adamant that I think that this 4.7 million shouldn't go to this project, but simply the old money that's been sitting there. It should really go toward paying off some debt so that we can use $4.7 million to do exactly what you talked about. So I just truly believe that this is just one of those projects that, again, we were told it's only going to be 11 million, and then 3 months later, oh, whoops, it's double that.
And thank you, ma'am. And Councilman Carlson, and before Councilman Carlson goes, if I may, we've, again, going off at 1:15, folks, for the other project was going to take time. If we continue, I think we know where we're going to go as a board. So I just want to urge people to bring it in for a landing, so to speak, because I think we know where we're going to go. But that being said, have at it, Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, quickly, Brian, I hope you can help us with transparency. So I'm hopeful that these kinds of issues that we talked about will change it as we go forward. Also, you probably know I'm not a big fan of all this branding stuff. Tampa moves and all. Especially like on stormwater, where we thought we had a plan and we didn't have a plan and all that. But anyway, the other thing is if we increase the amount, or if we keep it the same, if there's an offset, for example, these CIT bond funds, if we create a resolution, I think there has to be a clause in there that says, where the city agrees with the CRA, that if we put this money in, they're going to use that offset somewhere else, and we specify where it is. We want to know where it's going, and we can debate where we think it's going. We might think it goes to different places, but I want that guaranteed that it's going to go specifically somewhere. The purpose of this is not to create a slush fund to go work on some pet project somewhere. The other thing, I wonder if Cliff is on the phone and can just tell us, is this CRA board legally able to commit up to 2030 funds?
Well, if you're asking me about for a future budget, when you say up to 2030, how do you mean to commit? Like, in what way?
Well, what we're saying is, let's say we committed to 16 million over 5 years, with different payments over every 5 years. So are we that the question is, it goes beyond our term. So are we allowed to do that or not?
Well, the answer is maybe, which I know is a great lawyer answer. But the reason why it's a maybe is because it's more to me about whether the project itself is fundable with CRA funds. There are CRAs that use their TIF money based on a commitment that the project itself will generate the TIF that's going to be rebated back to it over time. And they commit for years out, but those years are limited to a specific amount of money. And if the TIF doesn't generate for that particular project, then all they get is what they generate based on whatever percentage is agreed to. So I would need a little bit more detail, but yes, the idea that you couldn't commit for a longer period of time is not an issue, similar to what would be the case if you were able to, which now it's a market issue, but if you could issue TIF bonds. TIF bonds go out, years in advance of when the project is committed to. The problem is that just the bond market since the Strand case in 2008 has not been there. But the idea of committing funds going forward is not the issue. The first issue is fundability of the project as a whole. And the second issue is, will the TIF be there? Are we getting it from the project? Are we getting it from other projects? Do we have it in a reserve account somewhere? Where is it coming from?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Anyone else quickly? Go ahead.
I motion to approve the CAC recommendation as well, the CRA grant request of $8 million.
Okay, and I know, and Councilwoman Hurtak, do you have any amendments to that? Or thoughts,
Yes, I would like to, actually, let's move this and then I'll make another motion. That way it's cleaner.
Thank you. We have a motion by Councilman Clendenin, seconded by, was it Councilman Miranda? No discussion, it would appear. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Councilwoman Hurtak.
Now, I would like to make a motion for the CRA staff to work with the CFO and anyone else they need to find ways that we could fund this over the next extra years. For the extra 8.65, so, okay, let me start again. I'm going to ask CRA staff to work with the CFO and his staff to find ways to program the remaining 8.65 million within the downtown CRA budget, and what that would look like over the next 5 to 6 years.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Board Member Hurtak, seconded by Board Member Miranda. Any discussion on it?
Aye.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you, Board. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. Okay, oh, yes, ma'am, please.
Before we move on to the reworks housing, oh, never mind, because that's what's next is the veterans in the wheelchair. Never mind.
Yeah. And thank you for that. And so if I may, just to go over a couple, just 30 seconds on item number 5, I know we already dealt with that for Lieutenant Baldomero Lopez. We're pushing that because September 15th will be 70 years after his death, and we're working with Judge E.J. Salcinas, who is the greatest champion of Lieutenant Lopez out there. For number 7, if I may, I want to, if I may, move the gavel symbolically to Board Member Hurtak, and council can discuss this. A request was made to have a report back to us in January of 2026. And I know that y'all have talked to Commander Butts over at American Legion Post 167, I believe the number is. And so I would request that she come as well to brief us as well with her thoughts on this. So to, I guess the motion is to have this returned to us in January of 2026, Second. If I may. And the council or board members say whatever. That's
okay. Vice Chair Vieira's motion, seconded by Board Member Maniscalco. And I did want to say that there is another veterans housing project that I'm going to be touring with CRA staff. So if anybody's interested, I know we can't tour together, but I can share what I learn and or encourage you all to go see it yourselves. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, ayes have it.
Thank you, Board, and thank you, Board Member Hurtak. I always love how we pass that around. That's funny. And then if I may, we're moving on to number 9. Thank you to staff for that. So it would appear that we, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. McCray, we are going to be moving forward with disability accessible equipment at Waterworks Park, correct?
That's correct.
And when is the timeline roughly for that?
Don't have a timeline as of yet. We just recently received the estimate from the vendor for the cost of the equipment and installation. That came at a little over $135,000. And so we will be working with Parks and Recreation and appreciate them, assisting, facilitating that to get the work done.
And roughly, what do you think? I mean, if we, in other words, if I motion for this to come back, what do you think? 6 months? What do you think?
I think 6 months would be fair.
Okay, cool.
Yes,
and
sir.
then really quick, with regards to Curtis Hickson, I know y'all are waiting for the expansion from the Museum of Art. Is roughly how long do you think that will take so that you guys can have an idea for what you need to do to get that in there? So
the focus has been on Waterworks at this present time, and then there's a few layers of dynamics related to the Museum of Art and the work that's being done to relocate that equipment. So we'd have to have some additional conversations with Parks and Recreation.
Yes, sir, and thank you for that. So, board members, the reason we push for this is because these are two really centrally located parks, and just to have no disability accessible equipment there, I think is just symbolically just awful. So if I may, I'm going to move to have this returned to us both for Waterworks as well as Curtis Hickson. I'm not expecting there to be a plan of action or anything of that nature, just for an update for a potential plan of action in 6 months in December of 2025. Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Vice Chair Vieira, seconded from Board Member Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you for that. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. McCray, and all the staff. We went out there and appreciate that. Okay, next is final item number 10, I believe it is. Oh. One more after that. Oh, 11. Okay. And how long do y'all think 11 is going to take? Is that a?
They have some questions for us, but honestly, I think 10. I think it could be pretty short and sweet.
Okay, good. It's
hopefully,
up to us, right?
Yeah. I don't think we need to talk a lot about this one.
Okay. So board members, again, it's on us. We're all elected. We fought for our seats here. Always believe in giving people their full time. but we are at 1:05, so therefore, let's make a decision. If we're gonna go forward with it, let's go forward with it and try to end by 1:30. You think that's good, everybody? Is everybody good with that? No issues? Okay, great. So again, guys, let's have at it. Number 10, please, sir.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to call upon Ms. B. Parks to introduce the application.
Good morning, Board. B. Parks, CRA Community Development Coordinator. So I'm here to present Urban Reworks, which they have applied for a developer subsidy in the amount of $5 million for their project, which is for affordable, attainable housing for 80% and below. So I'm going to have them actually just come quickly for the presentation that's up. Actually, you could just come. Yes, sir. And then we can go ahead and start with the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, we can just press it.
Yeah, and let me inquire. And Mr. Barraday, good to see you, sir. How long do you think you need for your presentation?
So I prepared for 15 minutes. I can do my best to land the aircraft in 10 to 12.
Okay, so how about this? Let's give you 10 minutes. If you need more, then we'll consider it, and I'm sure we're good with that. Okay. But if I may, let's have us at 10 minutes. And again, if you need more time, I'm totally fine with that. So don't pressure yourself too much, just a little bit.
Well, I'm grateful for the opportunity. My name is Thad Barraday. I'm a 25-year resident of Tampa. It's been a long and emotional afternoon. I am so grateful for the leadership and endurance of the CRA board for hanging with us on this fateful day. We have a dragon of our own on our team, and it was not that long ago that Chairwoman Henderson told us the project needs to be the champion for itself, and our job as the developer is to be its advocate. So we'll try our best to do that in the short time frame today. Your leadership as servant leaders of our community has inspired me. As was mentioned earlier today, I've spent the last 7 years in lay ministry service and the last 2.5 years working on this project to bring us to this moment in time. So I am grateful for the opportunity to present and for your hanging with us. Councilwoman Henderson, Chairwoman Henderson also said, and I'm sure we all heard this, that it was the role of the CRA board as the elected officials to make the tough decisions and to make the calls about how we do affordable housing in this community. Everyone else is advisory. We have a great relationship with the CRA staff and appreciate their leadership and their guidance over the last 2.5 years to get us to this juncture. We've had wonderful support from City of Tampa staff as well. Appreciate their leadership, appreciate the leadership of the board and City Council. And we've also been deeply engaged with the community. We've engaged with community neighborhoods and neighborhood associations, dozens and dozens of meetings. And we've engaged on the street level, one person at a time, working at the grassroots to deliver this affordable housing project to you. And the question that I've been seeking to answer in my journey is, can a small family-run developer like Urban Reworks, can we do affordable housing too? Can we be a part of the solution? And I hope we can have a good discussion about how we approach affordable housing in the city of Tampa today, because my belief is that we not only need to win and succeed with the big boys at the high end, and also at the low end with individual homeowners activating their ADUs and doing what they can to stay in their homes, prevent gentrification, preserve and enhance their generational wealth with the homes that they own, but can small, medium-sized developers like Urban Reworks contribute to the solution by delivering urban infill projects in critical nodal areas like we're going to present to you today. So our core values, build local, build community, and build value, are what we really mean. Community is at the heart and soul of everything we do. And this transaction, this opportunity for investment in affordable housing is really about Nebraska Avenue. And it's really about hope. Can we envision together as a community a hope for a transformed Nebraska Avenue? Can this be not only a critical transportation thoroughfare that we just drive through, but a place that brings community together and delivers affordable housing solutions and economic growth and opportunity for neighborhoods? Because that's what we really care about. So I'd invite you to imagine with me a hopeful vision for a transformed Nebraska Avenue. This project, this small site affordable housing project, has the potential to be an incredible catalyst for community and a catalyst for community growth. We are a small business ourselves, but we will link to support and expand transportation solutions, follow-on investment, and neighborhoods. This will be the first domino to fall in beautifying and transforming Nebraska Avenue. And we would invite you to think about this project as much more than just the four corners of the building itself and the 20 affordable homes that we will deliver for key workers in our community, but as an opportunity to activate the entirety of Nebraska Avenue, or at least the small stretch that we can influence. We are in the southwest corner of the East Tampa CRA, the largest CRA in the state of Florida, but our small site has the potential for large transformation. So this is our current site, and this is the current state today. A dilapidated, blighted, underutilized, self-service commercial car wash that has existed largely unchanged since it was built in 1965. It was owned in 3 generations of the Suarez family, and we honor and respect their legacy. But we know there's just not enough affordable homes in our community. And what we're facing is what you see in the pictures here today. We also know, because we're sitting as the CRA board today, that we are thinking about tax increment financing. And that is the financing method that has been presented to us as a small developer to seek and execute a project like this. And this parcel does not contribute very much to the tax base solution of our city today or the CRA. And even if we think about over 50 years, remember that long-term time frame, it's going to be very important. You see the contribution that we would make, inflation adjusted, about $770,000 over 50 years. And no jobs. This is Mr. Cece. We inherited him as our one employee. He's a 20-year unhoused neighbor in our community. He still works for us today. You all know Miguel. He and I literally work at the car wash collecting quarters every day. And it's an underutilized site with very little job creation and very little community or economic impact. Because when you don't make an investment in your community, in small parcels like this, and small developers like us, you don't get any rate of return. You get nothing or minimal. But imagine instead with me the future of a transformed Nebraska Avenue. Imagine what we can do by making what will be the most impressive and important investment in this stretch of Nebraska Avenue in decades. We have the chance to turn the corner today, right now, with this decision. And from a tax increment financing standpoint, it's a great decision. This is exactly what TIF or CRA financing was designed and intended to do. Our underutilized site with very minimal economic impact over the 50-year time frame that's going to be important will now contribute almost $7.7 million over that same time period. And that incremental financing between the 700,000 and the 7.7 is a $6.9 million benefit paid straight back into the community. I understand most of those dollars go back into the East Tampa CRA, creating the potential and basis for future investment so that this board and future boards can reinvest in doing other fantastic projects down the road. That almost $7 million incremental tax benefit to community and the East Tampa CRA, that one benefit alone represents almost 138% return on your investment dollars. But it gets even better, because we not only get the tax benefit, we get the 20 affordable homes, servicing 80% AMI and below, a critical underserved tier in our affordable housing residential community. And it gets even better, because I haven't even talked about how much money our residents will save over the 50-year lifespan of this project. They will save $16.6 million in rental savings. That's what the recipients, the residents who live here, will save over the 50-year lifespan of this project. Combine that with the incremental tax coming back to the CRA, it's a $23.5 million total community benefit, a 469% return on our investment dollars today. And I haven't even gotten to the jobs that come from our $6.8 million in local construction spending, and not to mention, of course, the support for essential workers. So let's talk about that. $6.8 million in new construction spending will yield 68 direct construction jobs. We will have a commitment to activating minority and women business enterprises.
And if I may, I'm sorry to interrupt you, and you're good to go. How much more time you need?
5.
Okay, so let's do 5 minutes, and that's it.
That's it. Okay. So 68 direct construction jobs, 54 indirect induced jobs. This in itself is a catalyst for local and economic growth. So let me move into the details of the project itself. The Vincente Ybor House will be a 20-unit affordable housing mixed-use project. We have 1,000 square feet of retail space. We've pushed the structure forward to get that critical, important street activation that everyone wants to see along Nebraska Avenue. Our request is for a $5 million special projects grant in the context of a $9.4 million development. Again, this will be the most important investment on this stretch of Nebraska Avenue, so long neglected, forgotten, and just driven through in decades. So here's the only map I'm going to show you of our site, but you can see where we are located. We are literally the last parcel left inside the historic boundary of the Barrio Latino Commission Historic District, which is interesting. I'll come back to that in a second. But more importantly, we are at this critical node. That's Nebraska Avenue along the frontage, East 21st Avenue, gateway to East Tampa, just to the north of us. It becomes Florabraska as you cross Nebraska. But this node is a critical corner of our neighborhood and a critical but small portion of the overall East Tampa CRA. And most importantly, we connect to a vital, active, and functioning transportation route. Thank you to our friends at HART. We link to viable working transportation just 400 feet away from bus stops in either direction, and we will invest in alternative and multimodal transportation as well, which hopefully I'll have the time to come back to. We are in a very important neighborhood with a very important historic connection across the street from the Mount Sinai AME Zion Church, and we would like to continue investing in this neighborhood. I mentioned that we went through and obtained unanimous approval after full public hearing at the Barrio Latino Commission. We worked with our community, originally proposing a slightly more intense and larger project with 4 stories and 29 units, but the feedback from the community was they felt that was too intense against the 20 parking spaces that we could deliver. So we eliminated 1 story and have the project we present to you today 3 stories, 20 units against our 20 parking spaces. So based on the community's feedback, we believe we've met the City of Tampa's request that we maximize density on our parcel. Okay, don't know if we're gonna have time to get into this today, but I went back and rewatched the January hearing where this board approved the subsidy matrix. And that matrix was approved after consultation between CRA staff and City of Tampa leadership. And it is based on very important analysis of what it costs to build new construction affordable housing, which is expensive. But you can see the important basis on which this matrix was proposed and approved by this board in January. Our request is 100% in line with the funding matrix at $250,000 per unit at 80% AMI. And of course, if we can go down below, theoretically there should be more funding available, but we're not asking for that. In case there's any question about whether our project falls within the guidelines, this is the very next slide from the staff's presentation, and you can see the example that was offered as within the CRA guidelines, 20 rental units, 100% of units affordable at 80% AMI, affordability period 50 years, that's us. I think there might be a math error here, but 5 million divided by 20 units should be the $250,000 per unit that we're requesting. This slide was also important in the board's deliberation. There was very good discussion about it. The request for a 20% wiggle room was roundly rejected, and the board affirmed and approved its ability and jurisdiction to make the tough decisions that I mentioned earlier. We were very grateful that the board set the expectations for us in the development community. We've been acting in reliance on that for the last 6 months. In fact, we were waiting and working with CRA staff for probably at least 6 months before that. And it's been a 2.5-year journey, as I said, trying to figure out, can we do affordable housing too, and how do we do it? So let's just talk about why this investment matters. Obviously, an affordable housing project requires a public-private partnership. We have endeavored to be collaborative partners. And this is a very appropriate use of tax increment financing. Your $250,000 per unit investment will yield you $344,000 in incremental returns. This is 50-year deed restricted affordable housing.
And Mr. Baird,
and you can
I'll
see
give
what's
you
there.
30 seconds to finish it up. Go for it.
This is a catalyst investment, as I said, that will support essential workers, links to transportation, and is an urban infill project. You can see the returns that we mentioned here previously.
What's the benefit?
The incredible rates of return, 139% just on the taxes, 469% on the total community benefit. This is, as you know, completely consistent with the comprehensive plan and the East Tampa Strategic Action Plan. Benefits local neighborhoods, which we care about deeply, and we're shovel ready. This request for full funding will allow us to get this project done now.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. And I've been there when you have so much to say, you got limited time in court, and it's awful. So thank you for that. We appreciate your frustration with that. Board member, so we'll go through Board Member Hurtak, Board Member Clendenin, Board Member Maniscalco, Board Member Miranda.
No, I'm good, I'm good.
Oh, you sure? Okay.
What I want to say about this project is I did a ride along with Tampa PD Tuesday night, and I rode with Officer Aaron, and I cannot remember his last name, but he was wonderful. And we actually ended up right next to the yellow brick church, and we stopped in there because there was a trailer there that they hadn't seen before, and so he punched in the number to figure out who it was, and it turns out it was the new owners. And he was like, oh, didn't know this had changed ownership. So Albert, who had came up here and spoke about Councilwoman Henderson earlier, he lives across the street. So he was on his front porch. We stopped, talked to him, and he said, oh yeah, it's been sold. The guy's here every single day working on cleaning it up. It's like, wow. We had looked at that property as the city of Tampa. I had Mr. Drum go look at possibly purchasing that. So happily, it's a local person who has purchased it and has already started working on it. This corner, and from what we talked about, just standing on the corner about how, hey, no longer are people hanging out in front of that church. That was a huge issue for a while. There was drug selling going on there. I mean, he gave us the full rundown of exactly what had been happening on that block. And so when I look at this, Miss Mimi Martinez earlier today, I tend to agree with her. I think this is the one catalyst project that will start the other projects. And so because of that, I support this. I could speak longer, but I don't want to. We're on a time limit. But I did want to say that I really do believe this is the transformational project for this part of Nebraska Avenue, because we're starting to see the change. There are fewer people on street corners. The drug dealing is not as much in that area. Houses are being fixed up along the street, and I do believe this is that next catalyst project. We need to encourage and make this community even brighter.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate that. Next is Board Member Clendenin, then Board Member Miranda. And by the way, before we go, is everyone okay with 3-minute time limits? Is that sufficient? Okay, please.
Okay, so I don't disagree that this is a great project for this corner. What I disagree with is taking money from this neighborhood, from poor people and subsidizing the developer. As Councilman Carlson said, this is the worst thing that we could do from a CRA is subsidizing a developer. You're basically asking, with your full request, you're asking us to basically pay for damn near the entire project.
Construction.
Construction.
92% of the construction.
Man, sign me up for that deal. I mean, and then you said, you talked about this property as being dilapidated. How long have you owned the property?
We purchased it in November 23, and we've made substantial improvements.
Okay, but so, I mean, it's your property. Again, sign me up for that deal. If anytime the city wants to give me money and start a business for me, I'm on board. Give me the money and I'll do this all day long. I will start another career. I mean, this is everything that Bill Carlson has been talking about. You're asking too much money of a poor neighborhood, because every dollar you're asking for is coming from taxpayers in East Tampa. I mean, it's coming from taxpayers in East Tampa. It's not coming from Channelside. It's coming from taxpayers in East Tampa, and it's just too much money. This project, if you look at, I looked at this, and cost of construction is what, around $300 a square foot for a decent, probably for this building is what you're going to pay for construction.
I think it's more like just under 200.
Yeah.
I think the question is the construction or development cost, so, yeah.
But I mean, the cost of actual construction. I was putting construction plus your whatever,
Right.
So for a retail development, if I was going to build a multi-story, I'd be paying $300 a square foot. And you amortize that out, it just doesn't work out. Now, if you wanted to come in with a more modest, because also, we're in a rent correction period. So 80%, that gap between what market and 80% is getting narrower and narrower over the last 2 years. Because, granted, in 5 years, it's going to change too, and you're going to lock in for your period of time. But right now, that wedge, if you're coming in at a 30% or a 50% AMI, I may be more flexible with that. But 80% AMI at that amount of subsidy from poor people in East Tampa, it's just a non-starter.
We're very open to doing lower AMI, 50%, maybe even 30%. We do have 2 ADA accessible units we're designing at the ground level, and we would welcome that.
I'd be willing to continue this to discuss that, and you come back with a different proposal, but it's just way too much for too little for this community. Again, we're taking money from the poorest neighborhood in Tampa. I mean, these are people that are just barely getting by on their own or getting subsidies themselves, and these taxes in these houses, and giving that to a developer, it's just too much. I mean, it's way too much.
I hear you. I think reasonable minds can disagree on the proper methods to deliver affordable housing to the community. New construction affordable housing at a small scale is expensive, and we acknowledge that. It costs about $300,000 a unit to build anything in this market. And so our request at the matrix level of $250,000 per unit is less than that.
But you're asking these poor people you're asking poor people to give you $250,000 for a $300,000 unit. Your only out of pocket is $50,000, and that's just crazy. So how much do we pay per unit for Funland?
And then that's for Mr. McRae.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Cedric McRae, Tampa CRA Director. Roundabout, it was $33,800 per unit for the Funland site.
Thank you. And I get what you're saying about what we passed in this, but I spoke heavily against that too. But we really emphasized that this was a pie in the sky max, and we didn't anticipate anybody coming in really, unless it was something. And again, I think I told you on our first meeting, I'd be more willing to be with you on this if you had site control over the entire block, and there was a lot more retail, and it was really transformational. And I've got to run out of time, but. Yeah, I think you should ask for continuance and come back with a different proposal.
Thank you, sir. Board Member Miranda, then.
Many years ago, that neighborhood was upper middle class. In fact, when you turn left on 21st and Nebraska, there was a garden theater there. Then you go north on Nebraska, and you had homes that were really 2-story, big, beautiful homes right there on 25th in Nebraska, or 26th, I forget, 24th in Nebraska, and through there. One was a Valdez beauty salon people that they had beauty parlors, and they also had Valdez Beauty School to teach people how to, comb hairs and make hair, women, men, all of them. And through the life cycle of death, they died, and their kids, they want to live there. So they left, sold the house, and it started diminishing. Then some religious people came in, did some work there, if I recall, way back in the 70s or something like that. But now it's like deserted in a way. It used to be a beautiful area all the way before Lake Avenue in Nebraska, up to that point. Then it went down a little bit. Then all of a sudden, Seminole Heights came back up. But anything that's down goes up. But listening to both Councilmember Hurtak and Councilmember Clendenin, there's a happy medium here somewhere, and I don't know where it's at, but I agree with both of them. And somewhere among these two is a. But I'm more into building houses for people to own, because they're never going to own if they rent. So I like to put it more into affordable housing to sell, for them to live, than for them to rent, because they're never going to own anything. They're never going to have nothing in the bank. They're never going to have nothing that they can give to their heirs and move forward. I like upward mobility. I'm not against your project, but I like to spend the money on the people that are going to buy.
We're very open to the homeownership model as well. We asked City of Tampa leadership at the staff level, I'm not going to name names and they're no longer with the city, but whether we could build a homeownership model, and they encouraged us to build the product that we are presenting today. And when they suggested build 80% AMI, I had to ask, what's an AMI? You know, so I'm not trying to take money from poor people.
I'm not saying you are. I never said that.
We've been trying to figure out, can we be a part of the solution, and how do we make our contribution to deliver affordable housing units to the community? I want to put heads in beds in the most responsible way.
The only way you can solve poverty is give them a chance to own something so they can have an upward mobility, not where the status quo where they're at. Sure, it's going to be nice, it's going to be new. I agree with that. And it's gorgeous. I mean, it is an upswing for the neighborhood, yes. But for the individuals, no.
Thank you very much, Board Member Miranda. Board Member Carlson.
Yeah, I agree with Board Member Miranda on the ownership thing, and we talked about that in our planning retreat a year or two ago. I think we need to come back to it and figure out strategically what amount of the housing budget we'll allocate toward each one. I think we need to put a bigger percentage into home ownership. That's, I think, part of strategy for the future. On Funland, I asked Ms. Kopesky to help us go through the numbers and really analyze whether that $35,000 number is right. It sounds low to me compared to other things that have been happening, and I want to make sure it's accurate. There's a lot of ways of using different denominators to get different numbers. Thad, many of you know him. I've known him a long time. He's not a developer. He's someone who spent the last few years volunteering in the community, donating in the community, working with groups like Portico downtown that helps homeless people, Love Inc., that's rescued friends of mine off the streets, people I know off the streets, and many other services. And as I understand, he suddenly pivoted into this industry, is that he saw people on the streets and he said, I might have the resource to be able to pull this together. And so he used his leadership skills and his access to funding to try to put this together, not so you can make money. It sounds to me you've been working on this 2 years, you're probably going to lose money on it. But it's a proof concept. The problem with the city in the past, or the CRA in the past, is that big chunks of money went to developers. Developers would come in and say, I need $9 million, I need $12 million, and nothing was attached to it. Or Bill Gates wants $100 million. And so that's the kind of thing that I'm against. What the whole purpose of the chart, it was, and staff put that together with a lot of research, and but the purpose of the chart was that we would not be subsidizing developer. We're buying a certain rent amount for a certain AMI for 50 years. And so we're not, the money that's going in here is not subsidizing your construction. It's subsidizing the rent over 50 years, because the real cost of it is going to be, the cost of the construction is small, the cost of maintenance, your marginal costs are going to be high over the next 50 years. So you've got to try to project now what the costs in the future are going to be, and then this is going to help us subsidize. And I forgot what is it, $5,500 per unit per year or something like that. It's cheap to get somebody in that kind of property. What we need to do is prove that we can help small developers. Why do the big developers get everything? Why do they all get all the money and no strings attached? This is buying a certain number of units. The last question I'll ask you is, can you said offline and publicly you could do 30 or 50% AMI. Could we at least put a contingency in this, that if you can get funding from the Housing Authority or some of the group, that you will try to put in a few 50% or 30% AMI?
I'll continue my efforts to serve the community in the right way. So absolutely, we will work to obtain the vouchers needed to deliver the best affordable housing product that we can muster. No problem.
Okay, Board Member Hurtak, I'll give my thoughts afterwards.
I just have one more thing to say, and I respect Board Member Clendenin's position because generally we tend to agree on these things, and I may have agreed with you if I hadn't stood in that spot and watched and driven. I mean, it just happened to be Tuesday night. That's what that is where we were. I didn't even ask. That's just where we ended up. And to see how close this neighborhood really is to moving forward. And so I wouldn't say that I would support $250,000 for every project that comes forward, but I think, as was mentioned earlier, there's a few projects that are just sort of waiting in that area, and they just aren't going. So I think this might be the one that moves it. I also want to mention that tonight or this afternoon, my last thing I'll do today is a motion to help tear down some of the stuff in Burrell Park to get that more open, and because that's one of the things we saw. There's a brand new Head Start facility that's about to open up right across the street from Burrell Park. Changes are coming. So that is why I support this. I don't necessarily support it for everything. And I now knowing that you can look at 30 to 50% AMI possibly, and it just encourages my, intensifies my support if we could bring it down further.
And Councilman Maniscalco and anybody else want to speak second round? You have, okay, yes, and then Clendenin. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Real quick, you know, the word catalyst, and Councilmember Hurtak just mentioned it. This could be that project that could kick off things in the future. Councilman Miranda talked about what used to be there. I know a gentleman who's 101 years old, and his little brother, who passed away, told me one time, he goes, in the 1930s, we would sit on Nebraska Avenue on the curbs to look at all the nice cars driving by or to see all the beautiful houses. And some of those houses are still there. Nebraska Avenue, Councilman Miranda said it, upper middle class. The rich people were there. You know, why they call places the Heights? Because it was a nice place to live, like Tampa Heights, Seminole Heights. And there's a whole story behind that if people don't know. But I have known my whole life Nebraska Avenue as not as a joke, but it's, oh, the prostitution. There's drug dealing. There's crime. Burrell Park was mentioned. I have a friend that lives right around the corner, and it's constant. Can you help me with this? You know, but people are leaving here. Complaint after complaint. I've reached out to the chief of police, to Chief Bennett, on and on and on. Nebraska Avenue needs help. You know, and I even like the name of this project, you know, Ybor. And to quote Godfather 2, you know, you took the name of this town when the guy says Corleone, right? So the name of the project, the quality of the project, I understand when you talk about the cost per unit, but when you're talking about 50 years, that's generational, almost multi-generational of sustainability and keeping somebody in their home. I have family members, unnamed, that they rent. I was a renter. Thankfully, my wife and I bought a condo. We bought what we were able to buy at $185,000. But I know people that are a paycheck away from being out on the street. You know, I have family members that every month it's, you know, I got to come up with the rent. Or the worst is the renewal rate. You know, how much are they going to raise the rent this time? And the last couple of years have been miserable for them because Tampa is unaffordable, you know. So doing this in a neighborhood that needs, you know, for many, many years, that needs a hand up, I think this is a very worthy project. And as Ms. McCaskill, when she spoke, she says, you know, I represent the property, I think, across the street. You know, this could be the catalyst that, and she knows what she's doing. This could be that project that really reignites Nebraska Avenue. So I'm going to support it. I appreciate it. And I understand the Conservative Council, but I'm a yes vote today.
Thank you very much, sir. And that was Don Finucci, I think, who said that. I think that was his name. The Godfather Part 2. Yeah. So Councilman Clendenin, or Board Member Clendenin and Board Member Miranda, and again, we're we're beyond a time crunch, so please.
So the issue with this is not the project itself. It's not the fact that it is obviously it's an important corridor. Again, when I first meeting, I said if you had more site control, I would practice. That would really truly be a transformational project. It's math, and I'm just literally on Zillow looking at rents. At 80% AMI, there are a plethora of apartments available in this area, and even in the newer places on Ybor City for the same amount that's proposed. That is what the market rate is right now in Tampa. Now, granted, again, we're in a correction period of rents, so I mean, I get that, but again, it's not enough. And and I think even the CAC only recommended 2 million, I think. Yes. So, I honestly, I really encourage us continuing this item to next month. You guys rework these numbers and come back with a more reasonable proposal to match the market, to match what we're looking at, work with staff. I agree with both Councilman Carlson and Councilman Rand about home ownership, because when we talk about generational wealth, because I think one thing that Councilman Carlson talked about, what you were saying about who you're trying to help, how we help people is with generational wealth. And I'm really keyed into that. I think, and if we're going to use government money, I think that is a catalyst for people. That is a really true benefit that we can bring to the community and bring, especially in this neighborhood and with this people. Because quite honestly, at this amount, nobody in the CRA that's living and working in the CRA can still even afford this. This is still these are not the people that are currently living in the CRA that's going to benefit from this. It's going to be the downtown people and people working in Ybor City. It's not going to be the people that are currently living within the CRA and paying the tax in the CRA. I would very much, in fact, I will actually make the motion and see if this continues. I would motion to continue this to our next CRA meeting, which would be July.
And while you're looking at that, Mr. Baraday, and I know Councilman Miranda is going to speak. I want to give my thoughts on this. I have a lot of thoughts to give on this, which I'll suffice in 2 minutes. But again, just so that we know the terrain, how do you all feel about a 30-day continuance?
July 24th.
My goal for the last 2.5 years has been to deliver affordable housing units to the community and find a way to get this project accomplished. So it's been a long 2.5 years. I have been looking forward to some light at the end of the tunnel. And the question I've asked to staff and leaders is, how do we get this project done? So I think we've done everything we can do to try and get this project done. We're happy to commit to 30 or 50% AMI if that makes it better. That would keep our feet to the fire to go figure out how we achieve that. But we're really looking forward to obtaining our funding requests so that we know that we have something. I guess I'm open. I'm just not sure what is being asked of me in that amount of time that I haven't already done.
And if I may, Mr. Baraday, let me let Councilman Clendenin finish, and then we'll go for it.
Well, so with that in light, what you just said, I think if we came back on the 24th with reworking this proposal, I think you'd probably have a more you'd have a more acceptable response from at least from one person I can speak to. But I think you need to work with staff, and you have that definitive proposal to come before us of saying this is what we're going to build. We're going to build 20 units, and 15 are going to be at this AMI, and 5 are going to be at this AMI. And this is how much money we need to make this project work. I think that would be a more wise move on this, because again, this is just too much for too little. I mean, you can take your shot, but if you get voted down, then it's like
And really quick, Mr. Baraday, because we're really past the clock, and 30 seconds. Go for it.
I went to dozens of meetings for a year and a half asking how can this project get funded? Where is the money available? And this is the end point of that journey. My understanding about 30 and 50% AMI is it requires obtaining vouchers, which require a competitive RFP and approval process through the Tampa Housing Authority or other allocating agencies. So I'm not aware what other opportunities might be out there for me to obtain funding to guarantee the 30 or 50% AMI level.
Yes, ma'am, you wanted to speak, have at it, go for it.
Yeah, so
And
B
really
Parks,
fast.
just to break down a couple of things. We did go back as staff, and that's when I recommended the $2 million, 100K per unit, okay? That's actually more than any municipality in the state of Florida is doing, these deals. But again, CRA is different because we are trying to cater to the community developers, not the mega ones. So it is more expensive to make these deals work because it's more expensive for the developer to develop these type of development. So again, the 100K per unit is actually a good counter offer. Just to, I know he's requesting 5 million, but I went through research and that's when I countered with 2 million with 100K per unit, because again, that's even more than what is given out there in municipalities, but the cost of construction is what we're looking at that part. Now for the 30% AMI and 50% AMI, he's actually incorrect with that information about going for RFPs for vouchers and stuff like that, as it relates to if your rent is a certain limit, you can rent to whoever as long as they make under 80% AMI. So no matter what, a 50% AMI client could still come and rent with him as long as they have that voucher from, Tampa Housing Authority, and they still have that ability of using their own funds to cover the rest. So there's a possibility either way. They don't need
Thank
that.
you, ma'am. Thank
From
you.
Tampa Housing Authority.
And
But I
wait,
just want to mention my
and
counter.
Before anybody here, guys, we're at 1:46. We're discussing this. We're talking about a continuance of a month. I think we need a continuance after lunch. I'm just being honest, because we're talking about a lot of things. It's 1:45. Staff needs to eat. And we still have a lot of discussion on
We
this.
got night meeting.
Yeah, I know, but it's on us. People are talking, and that's it. So guys, I mean, this is what it is, council. Can we get out of here? Well, actually, no, we're not, because we still have item number 11,
Yeah.
which needs to be done this month. So council, what we can do is return at 3:15. Because look, we've still got a lot of things to talk about with this. I haven't even given my thoughts of this, but I mean, I haven't even spoken about it. We're still going back and forth, and I want to give my thoughts on it.
Well, I asked that you to give your thoughts now, and we come back at whatever time.
Okay, great. Well, here are my thoughts. And so, but council, is everyone amenable then to taking lunch and returning on this?
I already canceled everything.
Yeah, I'm fine with it, and I, actually, just as a side note, I was gonna suggest that we all get together for lunch, just to remember our friend Gwen.
I'll do that. I have no problem with that. Yeah, I'll do that. And that's a great idea, Councilwoman Hurtak. So I'll tell you all my thoughts on this. I mean, for me, number one, I wanted to start with the public comment, which is I've never seen public comment on this item that's more impactful in a positive way towards a project. The people who are here are all stakeholders, like real, legitimate, organic stakeholders in this area. And when I say they did a wonderful job, I don't mean that in some, oh, great presentation, AstroTurf. No, it was like organic. I mean, these are folks that are vested interests. They got nothing to gain from it other than a better community that they live in. And that's really good. Like that's really good. Again, being up here, you see a lot of different things like that. To me, this is about more than the housing. This is about the corridor. This goes outside of the housing effort that we're seeing here. It's really going to make a big difference that's positive in the corridor, which is why we saw so many good folks from the community come out here who, again, got nothing to gain other than a better neighborhood. So I think that's something that's very, very important. So ultimately, I do support this project. But I do think that there are things that have to be answered, which is Councilman Clendenin talked about taking a look at amended AMI. You can look at that during lunch, okay? You can look at that during lunch. That's why I'm suggesting lunch, because there are some concerns on this. This is net a big positive, but when you're talking about $5 million and there are some unanswered questions, I want to get more definition on those, which is why I'm talking about lunch. So again, for me, I am supportive of the project. I talked to staff before about it. They gave a great presentation on it privately and had a lot of thoughts about it. But public comment really did a very good job, again, of speaking from the heart on their community. But there are some issues that I do think need to be addressed. And at the very least, take out lunch to think about those. I mean, am I on the right spot, council, y'all think? I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, I agree.
And one last thing I would say, which is you mentioned Ybor, I would always urge you to remember Salvador Martinez Ybor, who was his grandson, who was killed in action in World War II. Very few people, we just had an honorary street renaming after him, but that's a great part of the Ybor legacy. So, council, is everybody good with taking a breather and having lunch? Mr. McCray?
Yes, if I could just highlight one thing.
Yes, sir.
There was a comment just made, and Attorney Shepard wanted to speak to that before
Yes, sir.
we
Hope it
took a
wasn't mine.
recess.
Yeah, just briefly, and I hate to be Scrooge on a day like today, but I would strongly suggest that you do not lunch together, even though the conversation might be just a memory of Chair Henderson. The look of it and what someone might make out of it is probably not worth it.
Oh, we always bring people with us.
I know, but yeah, you get it. I get it. Better safe than sorry. Thank you, Attorney Shepard. Sometimes lawyers got to be the bad guys. So, so thank you for that. So guys, council and members or staff, is it good for 3 o'clock, 3:15? What are you? 3:15 it is. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Help me.
Trying.